What?
I said you're welcome to start early. Mm-hmm. That's the option it gives you. It's like you're welcome to start early if you like. Okay, well I will then. Why not? Boom. Boom. We're live.
Look at all this people.
Look at all of them flocking. Flocking. He's a hero. That. Is that? That. Right. Welcome in, Kim. What'd we get? Like 13 inches in 24 hours or something? 20 inches is a lot. Yeah, since Monday. Wow. That is a lot. Just kind of like digging ourselves out one day at a time. I doubt many people worked Monday. I think everybody was snowed in yesterday. There's a lot more people I got out today. A lot more people out. Oh yeah, lots of big piles, lots of big plow piles. For sure. For sure. School was school canceled where you are? Yes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they'll go to school at all this week. Okay. I'm done screwing around finally now. Or maybe. Maybe. Now I am. Plug her on in. Yeah, we had the kids are already off tomorrow. I would say possibly Thursday as well, but we'll see. And Friday, I'll be heading up north, so I won't be here anyway. But I figured I'd do a stream before I went up north for a little while. Plus, it's Tuesday. It's Myron's off day. I just kind of wanted to have a beer and shoot the breeze. Nobody was live, so I went live. There's so many hours left. I only use like 4 or 5 StreamYard hours. I think you get 20 a month or something. I figure, probably use another hour or two. Yeah, it should be. I'd say if it's a 5-hour drive normally, it'd take like 6 hours. Just got to take it slow. I used to do live all the time, but I'm not. I can't read that. Hold on. Let's see. I'm just going to type an M so I can read your message. I'm not up to it much lately. I hope it clears weather up for you. Yeah. Yup. Yeah, I hope it's good too. I mean, it's going to be slow rolling up there because there's a lot of back roads. A lot of driving through Farmer John's roads. There's no straight way to get there that doesn't involve either going through a big city or driving through, Farmer John's land. Let's see here. Let's see here. Yep. Hey, Jan, what's going on? Oh yeah, lots of that. Lots of that. Nothing. Just snowed in, drinking a beer. I got out a little bit today. Well, I got out a lot of it today. I did drive about 2 hours today. Most of the roads are pretty good. I only seen one person in a ditch, and I was trying to figure. I was kind of scratching my head why they were in a ditch, other than I don't know, like where they went off the road didn't look like they should have, but who knows? I only seen one car in the ditch today. That was a pretty bad one though. I mean, he didn't like roll over or anything, but he was like 20 feet down a pretty steep ditch. Like he had to get towed out of there for sure. Oh yeah. I think my wood pile's buried by snow. Oh, I know it is. I don't even think we can see it right now. I thought about having one last fire before we got entombed with snow. I'm sure everybody's been trapped at home for the last few days, depending on where you live. Come here. Come here. You want to say hi? Say hi. You want to say hi? All right, that's enough of that. Oh, Jess is squirting crap in his ears every couple hours right now because he's got an ear infection.
Not every couple hours, once a day.
Once a day, every 23 hours.
And he takes antibiotic pills twice a day.
There you go. Yeah, he's getting big. He's 90 pounds even. 90 pounds even. He's the same size of our last dog, give or take.
Yeah, when Blue was at his prime, about the same age. Yeah.
His dad was 120 pounds.
His dad was fat.
But his dad was fat. His dad was a fat German Shepherd. His mom's a lot smaller than him, jet black in color, and way more dangerous. Way friendly with people, but not friendly with other dogs. Let's put it that way.
He was out on a farm. He might be that way too.
Yeah, his mom's a killer against other dogs. Like when I go up to her, she's fine. Like I've met his mom a few times. She's nice.
Same.
She's very approachable. Oh, and it's Jess's birthday tomorrow. Even I almost forgot. Almost.
The only reason you remembered is I said something.
Yeah, I remembered.
I was about to let you just die on that. I thought it'd be nice.
Almost. Almost. Jan says happy birthday.
Thank you.
How is Jess? She's good. She's reading. She's learning how to read as we speak. She's learning how to read. I'm starting to let her read books now. Allowing her. I figured she had to learn how to read eventually. Can't read you everything.
Coming from the illiterate one.
Illiterate. I guess this means come to me. This does not mean come to me, dog. Grandpa said keep them barefoot and pregnant. One Matrix Man. Hello, One Matrix Man. How are you doing? I am having a beer. Enjoying the evening. Come here. Are you a killer? Are you a killer? Are you a killer? Sit. Your mom would kick your ass. That's what she'd do too. I'd send you out there. If your mom got a hold of you, she'd roll you on your back.
Here's your daughter.
No, 1 second. Oh, sorry about that. Kids all just got home. Kid. Hey, kid.
Yeah, we don't have home yet.
We don't have, they don't have school now, so of course they're running amok. Yeah, if I was a kid, I'd be sledding every day or doing something with my friends, I'm sure. Middle of February, yeah. That's about the same here. We're going to have some decent days in between. Yeah. February's about right. Take off fishing for a few days. Yep. Not a great time for it. Well, unless you really, really, really like ice fishing, like a lot. I've been kind of biding my time to go back out there. It ain't been right yet. Let them get the roads cleared first. So I don't have to struggle. I think I could have went somewhere today. Probably. I just had too much to do. Let's see. How much snow did you get? We got 12 inches. Probably 13. But it feels like more because of the drifting and whatnot. Friend rents sheds. Cool. There's Youper. Finally. I was going out walking around on mild days. Fresh air feels good. Yeah. We ain't had a mild day in a while. But we had a good, the January I was out on open water at one point. Now it's crazy. You dead out. Good talking. Yep. See you, Jen. Uh 6 people in here. Hey, Joanne. Hello. How are you? How dare you ignore the best comment of the night? Which one was the best? Coming. My friend rents sheds? I don't know. People are writing all kinds of stuff. I can't keep up. Let me turn the phone the other way. Maybe that helps read it better or whatever. Maybe. That just makes it worse. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Wait a minute. I thought I had that down. There we go. Boy. Everybody's sure chatty tonight.
I have a little over 100 pages. This one's done. And I still don't hate the guy yet.
Come here. Sit. Be good. Paul.
You love me.
No, he doesn't.
Wish.
That dog hates you.
Do it.
That dog hates you. That dog really hates you.
Everyone knows he's a mama's boy. Yes. Everyone knows that. He's a mama's boy.
That dog really hates you.
Oh shoot. When do you think it's start the van? Because it hasn't been started at all today. So
Oh God, you have to go out and clean. You haven't. There's still snow all over it.
not bad.
If you start it,
I was thinking about 20 minutes early. I started about 9.
getting him at 9:30.
They close at 9. So you got it.
I'd turn it on early for sure.
Unless you want to go in.
Now I'm running.
Drinky McDrinkerson.
Now I'm running stuff. Oh yeah, happy birthday! A lot of people are saying Joanne. Joanne says happy birthday. Happy birthday tomorrow. Yes, she says happy birthday tomorrow, Jess.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Yep. Happy birthday tomorrow, Jess. Jess will be 75 years old tomorrow.
I'm joking when I say I'm a cougar.
Cooper, you got a minute to come up or not? Busy you on the trails or not? Oh, I got you. All right. Well, no big deal. Oh. That's how you get old. You get old by aging. Who would have thunk? I am so glad I don't have a January birthday. You get to celebrate it by shoveling snow. Hey, it's my birthday. What are we going to do? Well, obviously, we're going to go shovel a foot of snow out of the driveway on your birthday. The cold sucks worse when you're old. I imagine it does. Gets harder on the joint, pain in the joints. Pain in the joints. Winter Wonderland. I don't know. You're smoking what? I ain't smoking nothing. Drinking a beer. I don't smoke. I said pain in the joints. I didn't say smoking joints. Oh, arthritis. Arthritis acts up in the cold weather, right? That's a thing, ain't it? I mean, kind of whatever ailment you have is probably going to be amplified with cold weather, right? That's good. 60 ain't old. I'm freezing, so I'm going to eat. Oh, there's a man of the hour. Man of the hour.
No, I think you're the man of the hour. What's up, buddy?
No, not too much. I didn't know how much longer I could talk to myself.
Yeah, I was in the middle of stuffing my face. I didn't want to be rude.
Fine.
I already blib bumble on, and so
Trying to turn it around. Trying to turn it around on me. I'll be heading your way Friday, Hooper.
oh, are you?
Yeah. Going straight to Jeff's house.
Absolutely. He's looking forward to it.
Straight to Jeff's house. No stopping.
And where is he, by the way? He should be supporting your channel right now.
I know. Well, I don't know that he's subscribed to me or not. I don't push the subscribe thing too hard.
No, I don't either.
That's up to the people. I just let them come up with that idea on their own. I get a cracked knee once in a while. Hold on. That stupid $ is the dumbest thing that YouTube ever did. Can't even read the chat. I get that correct me once in a while. Boy, that hurts like a bee. Yeah, I bet it does.
You just type in.
So I can read the chat. YouTube's made it to where if you try to read the last message,
Down there.
there's either a heart or a $ there, and you can't read shit.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, I'll be heading that way, Uber.
Man, I hope the weather's good for you, because you see that big pile up this morning somewhere in Michigan, Southwest?
Oh, I don't doubt it. I know I'm going to take it easy going up there. It's not going to be a fun drive,
Right.
but I'm aware of it. It's just one of those things where I'm better going up there now than when I get busy,
Yeah, that's for sure.
because I won't want to do it after I go back to work.
Well, that, and like you said, you can just take your time and go about it, not be pushed to hustle or.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's right. Tomorrow is Jess's birthday, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, happy early birthday if I don't see you, Jess.
Thanks, Uber.
She's turning 85 years old. Can you believe that?
You just aged me by another.
I'm 95, so I suspect I got her by a little bit.
She moves like she's 85.
I feel like I'm 85 sometimes. In this weather.
Yeah, that'll do it. Oh, well, I've been -2 all day today.
Ugh.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
What are we at? I'm sure.
Actually, we're probably warmer right now than we've been all day.
Today was actually warm because I went out for it's been my every other day 2-mile run, but I took a little break from running because of conditions.
It is 9 degrees.
But I got out for a run today where it was plowed at.
Real feels -4.
-4. It was about 18 degrees when I was outside.
Yeah, that's
So-
crazy. I'm 14 degrees right now, and the feel like is 1 above.
It was cold. My whole neck was my neck was cold when I came back. I didn't zip my neck up, and I should have wore something around my neck.
Absolutely.
Boy, my neck felt like somebody just smacked me on it when I got done. I paid for that. Other than that, it was all right. Wherever I was covered up, I was fine.
Well, that was Sunday when we were videoing the tree line there. I got ready to go, and of course, I got a polar fleece neck thing I put on and my hat, and then I'm like, I probably ought to put that hoodie on. It'll be tight under my jacket, but oh my God, that snow dust blowing across there felt like sandblasting. I'm so glad I had that hoodie on.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like -3 the whole time we were out there.
I seen the marker. I think the last video I seen you post a couple more, but the last one I seen was like the markers with the snowmobiles.
Yeah, well, if you look real close, if you watch both of them, the drone, as it was circling them guys, they didn't realize it, and he caught it and he waved at it. Well, the video, I had my camera on the tripod zoomed on them, and it's funny because that clip I used is the same 2 guys coming, and you see them sideways wave at the drone, and if you watch, you see the drone above them. But it was funny because the drone was really clear because it's above the snow dust, where I'm trying, the wind plus them, I'm looking through all that snow dust with my camera, and it wasn't as clear.
Right. How much ice do you figure you got up there?
I asked them, and they said there was about 15 inches until you got out between the islands, because about 10 days ago, or maybe 12 now, the guys from Canada came off the island, and they got to the first pair of islands, and they said it went from about 10, 12 inches down to about 3. So they turned around and abandoned, because you get all that current runs between them islands. So until it locks up good. So our guys didn't even have to go, because I asked, I'm like, well, in the past, I said, do we always stop at the Canadian border? Because you cross it, you better have your passport, all your credentials, you know.
Oh, I just got a notification for Moose Track video you just did. Moose Track.
Yeah, I've had that sitting in the wings. I've got a couple more staged and ready. I just didn't want to dump them all in there.
Right. Yeah, a lot of the southern people are complaining about this weather.
Yeah, it'll pass. Every day we're getting closer to the better weather, so it's the way I look at it.
They'll try to figure out a way to not to blame Mother Nature, but the people that live up north somehow. Like we have any control of it. They're like, hey, your weather's drunk and on my back porch. Can you get it the hell out of here?
Yeah, there's a guy in Arkansas, and he always cooks out on Wednesdays and stuff, cast iron Wednesday or something, right? So he's always cooking out in the bush. And today he did one. He's sitting there in the snow, and when I commented, he's like, "Uper, could you come get your weather?" And I went, "No, sir." I said, I always understood sharing is caring. Hang on to
That's
it.
right. That's right. Well, I mean, there's a lot of people that were just born down there too, but there's a lot of people that run down there from the cold, and those are the ones that are even worse because it's like, I came down to Florida to get away from this.
Yeah. We have a lot of snowbirds here that aren't here in the winter. They leave.
Oh yeah, I imagine.
Arizona or Florida.
I imagine the UP is great from May to October.
Well, we have our black fly season, mosquito season. I mean, like I tell people, we had a summer last year. It was on a Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's, again.
I'm sure. Are you unthawed by May usually?
Well, we were looking at footage today, and I don't know if you recall, but last spring we went to one of our rental houses and did a property check. You just walk around, make sure nothing's fell on the house, or because even sometimes grouse will fly. They see the reflection and they'll go right through a window.
Right.
So we do walk arounds. Well, I had to park on the road because that particular drive isn't plowed in the winter, and that was been like March 10th, and there was two guys out there well over a quarter mile boring holes with an auger. So they were still fishing. Well, by the end of the month is when I put that video where we had to move the iceberg to put the boat in. So 12 days later, they were running across that same water with it being open.
Jeez. So what would you say? What would have been the last day of ice last year then?
Guys were on it like March 10th.
Okay, so sometime in April, probably all gone.
I have actually fished well into April in the past because our fishing license expires March 31st, and I've had to buy a new license to continue to ice fish. In fact, one year the ice was so thick we were fishing April 22nd.
Man, that's late for ice season, but not for you probably.
Yeah, that was really a late year. And the ice, except a couple of the cracks that were starting to open up, the ice in this huge bay was in great shape. We caught so many perch that year in about 8 foot of water because they were just coming in waves from the deep water,
Yeah.
And everybody else by then is completely burned out on ice fishing because they start the minute they can get on the lake,
Yeah, I don't know that we've really made it to March with ice very much lately.
No. When I lived down below, I don't think I ever fished in March on the ice.
If it is, it's really like the first part, like maybe the first week or something. But a lot of times, even then, it's goopy by then. It might be useless ice, whatever you want to call it.
Oh yeah, right. I mean, I remember times when what we would call last ice, we'd put a ladder of planks out because the shore would be open for 8 foot, but you go out in the middle and there's still 10 inches of good ice.
Yeah.
And then the ice gets to the point where when you're sitting there and you can scuff your foot down about 4 inches, it's getting to be, you're short-lived then.
But is that a good thing or a bad thing? Would you rather the ice be thicker in the middle? or thicker around the edges?
Well, again, you just stay away from the edges. Once you walk out there, it's solid. But
Mm-hmm.
you know, again, when you go out on a lake and the hole that was power augered is about 15 inches around and water's running in it, you stay away from them. But
Yeah.
that's you can walk around and put your heel through any hole you want to and fish all the old holes even. So
Yeah.
but I always, even then, I wore them ice picks in my sleeves, and I used to drag a rope behind me when I'm walking around, you know.
That's not a bad idea.
Rope, so if you did fall through, one of your buddies would come over there and drag you out. But
I don't worry too much about that because I only go out on the ice when there's no concern to be had.
well,
I know
that's
there's
the way
like
I am now. I would never encourage anybody to go on that. That's just insane.
there's a crazy guy that just came up here. Hold on.
But I think we can throw this thing on now.
He's crazy.
Uh-oh, there's a crazy guy. Hey, crazy.
What up? What up?
I'm gonna ask you what I ask everybody. Are you crazy?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
All right.
You're in the right place.
You can stay up then.
You can stay up here.
All right.
Now,
That shit
Joanne,
crazy.
you'd be amazed. You get acclimated to it because now when it gets 20, 22, 24 degrees, it don't feel like it when you're walking out there and the sting kind of goes away.
Hey, Joanne, Kim, what's up? Good to see you, Joanne. It's been a while.
Boom. Oh, hold on. There we go. Boom.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah, it's weird. My TV went to buffering.
Ooh, that sounds good. Been on there for fucking a whole 40 seconds.
How do we stand it? Because this is where we live. We don't have a choice.
Yeah, I wish we'd get some snow. We haven't got nothing yet.
I got it going on. I just don't got time
Really?
for. And great.
No, I haven't cleaned snow off my truck one time.
It's basically, do you want to trade snow for cottonmouths? That's kind of what it is, right, Uper?
In a sense.
And it's that when I lived in North Carolina, wade fishing, kind of stupid. I did it a couple of times before the locals looked at me like, oh, that guy's got a death wish. He's an idiot. And I didn't realize, like, oh, I was wade fishing around alligators and cottonmouths. I just didn't see any, so I thought I was in the clear. And luckily, where I was at, it was a small creek. So probably at best it had cottonmouths. It was way too far inland to have alligators, most likely.
Right.
But I was still skinny dipping with poisonous snakes, basically. So that's one thing. You're gonna if you move to the south, stuff gets a lot more poisonous. If you move to the north, stuff gets a lot colder.
Are you crazy?
I am.
I am. Oh, there's a lot more cockroaches where I was down there too. They're about the size of your hand. Well, I forget what they called them. They didn't call them cockroaches. They called them something else. Palmetto bugs or something.
Yes.
Those things, they would get in the shower with you, and they were about half as long as my foot. And you'd be in the shower with 2 or 3 of those things dancing around you. That was always fun. That was always fun. Obviously I've been around the world, and I'm just naming off the South. I'm not even covering the foreign countries. But yeah, the South has some creepy crawlies. You definitely got to consider it if you're going to move down there.
Well, that's what gets me, because when I go down to Florida on vacation and they'll say, where are you from? I say, Upper Peninsula, Michigan. They're like, oh my God, you guys got bears. You carry a gun all the time. And I'm like, dude, you guys are all freaked out about a black bear. I said, that damn alligator over there, 10, 12 footer, he concerns me more than any bear. He's got a brain about the size of a pea. You
Mhm.
know?
And even going out west, Uper, when I was in Oklahoma for the first time ever in my life, I went from seeing 0 brown recluse spiders to like 9 brown recluse spiders in the span of a couple of days.
Yeah, no time, huh? Yeah.
Like that's how many I seen in a very short stay with my brother-in-law. And I was just like, wow, you guys have so many poisonous spiders. And he's like, we don't even think about them anymore.
Nope, they don't.
They're just a part of the lexicon in certain places. Like Florida people, they pay attention to alligators, but at the same time, they don't. Like they know they're there and they're very aware of how dangerous they are, but you know, maybe they won't give one a second look. You know, it's like people that aren't impressed by the ocean that live beside it.
Right.
That's a very true thing. Like when I went to visit my buddy on the Gulf of America, whatever you want to call it, the Gulf. Yeah, I went. I was like, he's like, "What do you want to do first?" And he's like, "I want to go to the beach. I want to see the ocean." He's like, "Why do you want to go to the ocean?" I was like, "Because I haven't seen it in 10 years." And he's like, "Oh, that's right. You probably haven't." I'm like, "No, man. Like, you know how much? I'll go another 10 years without seeing the ocean."
See, here's the other.
God, it's been 40-something years since I've seen the ocean.
Well, I lived on the ocean a couple of different times. I lived on the Atlantic and the Pacific. And I seen it all the time. And I think when I seen it all the time, I was the same way. I was just like, whatever. But when then I stopped seeing it for, God, what was it? Like 2009 was the last time I saw the ocean. And then I didn't see it again till like 2019 or something.
I gotta throw some butter on it though.
Hey, Cheryl.
Hey, Cheryl.
Hey, Cheryl.
Yeah, I try not to let that happen to me here because, again, I can go on the South Shore and I can't see nothing but the curvature of the earth, you know, but I try not to take the beauty of that for granted because you can get so busy, you just die, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's
but
people.
I will tell you this. I've gotten to a point now, I've been here for almost 34 years and crossing that 5-mile bridge, it's just a piece of road to me now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And there's nothing wrong with you just get used to it.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't mean people that live by the ocean aren't impressed by it. They just see it every day. They're not impressed by it. They might still appreciate it, but they're not impressed by it.
Right.
I know every time I only see Lake Erie twice a year, maybe sometimes once a year, and I'm always geeked to see it.
Sure.
But I only see it once or twice a year.
Yeah.
And it's getting to be old hat, even though I'm only seeing it twice a year. I even kind of can remember certain things as much as you can remember seeing a place twice a year, but I'm starting to get real familiar with it. Where I go, landmarks and whatnot.
Yeah.
But I still appreciate it. Might even got up there. I got up there 3 times this year. Come to think of it.
I'm going to spend a lot of time at the lake this summer. I'll stay up there for a couple of weeks at a time.
You bet, man. There's nothing like it, is there? You get out there, it actually forces you to move around and do more than you normally would anyway.
Right.
Because I'm to that point right now where I basically drive the trails. I haven't got my ice rods out or nothing. And my grandson been bitching for a month, and I'm like, hey, it's on you. If you want to go, I got all the shit to go, but I'm not carrying that frickin' 10-inch power auger around, you know.
Right.
No good. Well, that's what we got.
Jeez. I still have a hand auger, believe it or not, Uper.
Hey, Brenda.
What's up, Brenda?
I still got a couple too, Matthew.
Now, I'm going to guess our ice was 4 inches about 5 days ago. So I'm going to guess as much as 8 or 9 inches at this point.
I don't know. That snow blanket's insulation and it might hurt it as much. You might drill a hole and have the water push up from the weight of the snow pushing the ice down.
That's true. I want to say minimum 6 inches, though, 7.
Yeah, you got plenty of ice, but you might have to punch a hole and then walk away and let it tighten up, come back.
I think I'm going to have to take a snow shovel out with me the next time I go ice fishing.
Yeah, definitely.
Whereas the last time I went out, the ice was completely bald and I had to wear cleats just to keep upright.
Yeah, and then usually you look for an old piece of snow ice to set on.
You're going to see, it's not, I wish that camera captured it better, but there's going to be a couple of funny scenes in that ice fishing video. I did. The Invisible Man is hard at work. We'll just say that.
All right, yeah.
I'll leave it at that. The Invisible Man tortured me all day that day. You can imagine bald ice, high wind, fun stuff.
I was in a back bay one time in one of them, the old original Minutemen that popped open, right?
Yeah.
And I heard a gust of wind come, and I had a couple buddies out there fishing, and I heard one of them say, "Whoa, we might have to get the hell out of here if that keeps up." Well, nobody was out on the main lake yet because the ice is, we were on good blue ice, but it wasn't very thick. And that gust come along, I ain't kidding you, it broke me loose. I had my rope over my auger. The auger tipped down, the rope came off, and away I went. Well, I unzipped the door and stuck my cleated foot out there, and it just grabbed me. It took me, and I'm looking through that gin clear ice. I see all the cabbage. I'm like, oh, shit. Well, it blew me where there was some ruffled up ice, and I finally got the damn thing collapsed down while I was in it and crawled out there. And even with creepers on, I had a hell of a time getting to shore leaning into that wind. And I mean, I was out there, half a mile from where I started.
I was so afraid for my friend that was setting up the shanty. I thought, oh my God, he's going to set this up and he's going to go up like a drone with it.
Yeah, like a 10th number.
Like he's going to go for a ride. Because I've seen it happen so many times, especially on bald ice.
Yeah.
That snow's your friend a little bit. If you got about 2 inches of snow on the ice, that's your friend. It ain't your enemy.
No.
That bald ice doesn't give a crap.
No, some of the shit we did when we were younger, if we'd have had cameras like today, shit.
Oh, God.
I walked out on ice one time, and the guys, it was just a little late, but there was probably 8 or 10 guys out there, and they were all on the other end. So I said, yep, that's where the gills and crappies are biting. And she was slick, and I didn't have no creepers on. So you walk sliding your feet as much.
Yeah.
I must have got probably 40 yards from them, and I slipped, and I looked at my toes, at my eyes, and down I went right on my ass. Well, back then, we just carried a bucket with your hand auger hung over the handle,
Right.
And every head turned and looked, and my shit scattered all over the place. And one guy's like, "Hey, you all right?" Oh, yep. Son of a bitch, that hurt.
I've been out there where the ice, where I didn't have cleats on. Ice was slicker than snot, bald. You go to drill, using a hand auger, you're still using manpower. You go to drill, and every time you turn the blade, you just go with it.
Yep, your feet slide around.
Your feet just sliding around. You're just like, who's on first base? Who's on first base? Who's on first base? You're not even fishing.
What I'll do to stand on a block of ice. What a bunch of idiots.
Mm-hmm. I've been out there, and Chinese dude comes out there, and you know how it cracks sometimes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
moods.
Oh man, that scared the shit out of him, and we all just started jumping up and down and shit. That motherfucker ran off the ice.
Hell yeah, you get that water pumping out of the holes, it scares the shit out of them.
Mm-hmm. And
But
that's not even. I don't know that that's a healthy sign. Sometimes, right?
Yeah,
Like,
well, if it's
No.
cracking, you know it's freezing.
Yeah,
Right.
It's a good sign.
expanding. It's expanding, it's growing. We were
Yeah,
we were in this great big shanty once, all stoned and drunken. I'm like, we had a little radio playing lightly, and all of a sudden I hear something. My first thought was, what the hell? Do we got a couple fighter jets going to fly over us? Well, that crack started over a mile away, and as it got closer, you know, it's a rumble, and that stupid crack went right through all of our holes in there, and we both about shit because it actually
jeez.
come piling out the door, looking around. Everybody else still sitting out there like they all do. And we just kind of tipped our head down, walked back in there like, oh God.
I had I guess it's not amazing, but to me, I was surprised. I lost a rod holder through the ice, super. The Invisible Man threw my rod holder through the ice for me.
Oh boy.
Because I have a 6-inch auger, so my rod holders are just a little bit too small to not go through the ice. Whereas if I was using a 4-inch hole, they wouldn't have.
Right.
So the Invisible Man I caught a fish. The Invisible Man threw my rod holder through my hole, and I said, fuck.
Yeah.
As I was unhooking a fish. Then I just went and got a blade bait that's got 2 separate sets of treble hooks on it that's got a little bit of weight to it, you know, and I sent it down the hole, and I took 3 jigs, and I had it snagged.
Yeah.
I was pretty proud of myself there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have like a couple times, but not like really, you know, just for a minute. I've never really seen spinner, bait.
I don't even think that's the first time I lost that rod holder down the hole. I've never lost a rod through the hole yet, have you?
Oh, I was sitting there in deep water once, had the hole wide open, you know, because we sight fish them perch in the real deep water.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had my dead stick rod with a live minnow sitting on a bucket beside me, and it's, you know, the shanty's 7 feet wide, and I'm sitting there and I'm rebaiting, and all of a sudden I heard something, and I looked over there, and that rod was bent, and all of a sudden I go to reach for it, it jumped out of that bucket and hit the water. Well, it had a cork handle. So just as I reached over there to grab it, I could see the perch, and it was a slab. He just swam away. I watched my rod go away. Well, believe it or not, about a week later, I walked over to one of my neighboring shanty buddies and jumped in there with him, and I'm sitting there, and I look, and I go, hey, where'd you get that rod? He said, well, I got in there one day, and I looked down, and it was on the bottom, so I hooked it. I said, well, I lost that a few days ago. He said, did you know? I said, yeah. I said, but you can have it. No, he said, hell, I took it home. I tore it apart. I greased it.
Did you let him have it? Really?
I told him I don't need it. Hell, it was gone as far as, no, hell, if it's yours, I don't need it. I mean, you know, that's where you both have 10 or 12 sticking rods and you carry your favorite 2 or 3.
Yeah.
But
man, I never really been too attached to a rod. You can't really, because there's just too much that can happen.
yeah.
As much as you want to get attached to it, you're going to break the tip off, ruin the reel.
Yep.
Something. They're not forever. Unless you take real good care of it and don't abuse it or use it.
I've had for, I don't even know how long, but I've got one of them plastic clear tubes with a cap, and I take the reel off and put it in there. But this one's basically like, this was before they came out with these real wimp rods. So it is a wimp rod. And what I would do is I would literally put a real tiny hook on it and hook a live wiggler right in the edge of the tail. Well, what I learned after my episode is if you take your 5-gallon bucket and you drill a hole on the opposite side, you can stick the handle through that, throw a little slush in it, and then they can't pull your rod out and take your rod from you. So that's what I did with that. That was just like a dead stick rod with a live wiggler on it.
Jeez. You know, I never started using those wigglers until I came up your way.
Right?
That's a purely, I don't know if it's a Michigan thing, but it seemed like I never seen them before I went up there. And those were offered in the bait and tackle shop up there local.
Yeah, big thing here in Michigan.
And I inquired about them, like, so what are these? And like, oh, wigglers are like, you know, they said, well, they're actually called, I think it started with an H.
Hexagena.
Or, yeah, they used a different name.
Well, it's a mayfly. It's a mayfly larva, but it's hexagena for the most part.
Yeah, there's still another word they use for them. It's a long word. Never gonna think of it, but wiggler is the bait term. We'll just say that. But there's a.
Well, you're not talking about a hellgrammite, are you?
Hellgrammite, yeah.
Yeah, they got teeth, buddy. They'll bite the piss out of you.
They were selling hellgrammites, which is I got mixed with wigglers.
Oh yeah, I've got them both in one jar.
Okay. Do they look similar?
We would buy them in bulk, and believe it or not, you got Gerber baby food jars. That's what they put them in and handed them to you. And we'd buy, you get 100 of them for frickin' $1.50 or something stupid.
Okay. Oh, they were just like you put your own. Never have I seen a put your own bait in your own bucket kind of bait shop, but oh my God. I'm not saying I was stealing or anything, but I would scoop, 3-4 scoops in there, and I'd look at it and I'd be like, I haven't a clue how many minnows I got. I'd just ballpark it to them, Like, I think I got 4 dozen.
Right.
And they must have been care fucking less people, because they'd look in, it could just look like the whole bucket was minnows, and they'd be like, it looks like 4 dozen to me. See ya.
Well, what happens is every day at a bait shop, you've got to go out there and skim the dead ones out every day. So
yeah.
At the end of the day, if the guy's going to use them and he's been in your shop, he's a fisherman, hell with it. You ain't out nothing if he took 1.5 dozen, 2 dozen extra.
Right. Yeah, I didn't go. They were nice people. I didn't go out of my way to try to screw them, but I was like, I don't know how to. I'm not going to, if I need 6 dozen, I'm not going to sit and count each one of them.
Well, believe it or not, in Florida, you go down to Florida because there's such a variety of different type shiners for bass fishing, crappie fishing, that you go into a big sport shop, and I mean, there's a row of, you open the lid and look in there, and you can buy any size, shape, color, or minnow you want, but you buy them by the pound.
That seems like the better way to go, but the problem is somewhere like that where I was just describing, or around here, no one would want that much.
Right.
Like, when I go crappie fishing, the most I get 5 dozen.
Yeah. Well, again,
that's not that much in the long run.
Well, again, you depending on the size, like when we caught them bass down there on Okeechobee, we used live wild shiners too, the golden shiners.
Yeah.
And they were $25 a dozen.
Oh God, I know they're high.
And we bought 3 dozen and burned them up.
Yeah. I got me and my buddy got a shiner / chub, creek chub / shiner spot here. That is nice, because I know what they go per dozen here, and it's not cheap. You're better off catching your own bait if you can.
That's a fact.
But you might burn more gas getting the bait, but not really, because all the bait shops around here are dying. If you're not set up on a lake here, your bait shop dies. Yeah. And I'm talking a popular lake. Your bait shop dies.
Sure. Well, everybody's convinced you can catch power bait and whatever. Oh, it'll outfish live bait, and I'll call them out here. I mean, I'm like, bring it. You can put your little rubber bait on there, but I put a nice wild shiner that I just seined out of that boat slip over there and throw it out there, and we'll see at the end of the day.
You're giving them what they're actually already eating. That's where I say pan fishermen and bass fishermen can learn a lot from cat fishermen
Yep.
as far as catching live bait. That's one thing that made me better as a cat fisherman. Like I went out and got live bait and I was able to apply it to the other stuff. Like, okay, why am I only going out to catch wild bait on my own if I'm catfishing? Why not? Why can't I go catch my own, baits for the smaller fish?
That.
There's no, and it's minnows are convenient, and I know where I can get minnows, but if you anything other than minnows, you're asking a lot around here. Catalpa trees? I don't know. Don't think so. Do you have catalpa trees in Michigan?
Yeah, but not up here as much as we did down below. But I've actually watched the bass swim up to it, suck it in, and spit a big old cloud of white out faster than I could set the hook. So it must have been bitter to them.
Right. No, we're talking shad, shiners, chubs, minnows. And of course, bluegills make pretty good bait too. And they're the easiest bait to get around here. A bluegill. A bluegill is easy.
Hey, well, I'm gonna eat dinner. How long you gonna be live?
A little while. I got beer.
All right. Well, I'll probably be back after I eat.
All right, we'll see you.
All right, I don't want.
Want to see you guys.
But
when I was younger and we'd get ready to go catfishing, there might be 6, 8, 10 of us even, depending. Some came along for the ride, but others were serious about it, and well, the day before we were going to go, there'd be 2 or 3 of us and we'd run around, and like you said, we had a big aerated cooler. We'd catch them frickin' horned ace chubs, and then we'd go get clams out of the river, throw them in there. If you seen a bullfrog, you threw him in there, and bluegills. So when we went, because a lot of the rivers I fished, we had channels and flatheads. It just depended on like closer to Grand Rapids, more channel cats down there than some of the flatheads. If you want to catch a channel, get in the current runs, where the slower moving, deeper hold ones with timber snags were the places we always chased the flatheads in.
Right. You're just not safe from flatheads, or I'm sorry, channel cats here. Wherever you catch flatheads, you'll catch channel cats. Wherever you catch blue cats here, you'll catch channel cats. Like,
oh, is that right?
Oh God, yeah. There's specific spots where I fish for flatheads.
Right.
And I've caught 30+ pound flatheads there. And we have those spots saved, but you might start the day in that same spot where you just caught a 35-pound flathead, you will catch a 5-pound channel cat.
That's crazy, because usually if there's a 30-pound flatty around, then channels get the hell out of Dodge.
These don't. And I think the reason why is there's so much other stuff to eat. They feel safe. There is, that lake is so full of shad and bluegill and white bass and crappie. Those flatheads they don't have to move that far up the food chain to worry about food. They're not worried about eating channel cats. I think the first thing they did, because that lake used to have bullheads in it. Yep. As soon as the flatheads went in there, they must really hate bullheads, because there's no bullheads left.
They're opportunists. They eat what's available to
them. They must really have it out for bullheads, because there's still everything else, but you don't catch a bullhead there anymore, where you used to catch a bunch of them.
That's crazy.
So when there's a lake,
we used to do, we'd put set lines for the flatheads. We use live bluegills and stuff on them, but if we were targeting a channel in the same hole, we'd smack that bluegill and we'd cut him up, and we'd use a chunk of a fresh cut bluegill and we'd bounce that down the river, where with a live minnow, we'd anchor him.
Yeah, and
a snag or something,
And during certain times of the year, I think as long as it's a fresh cut bluegill or a fresh cut piece of shad, you got a chance of still catching a flathead.
Yes, yep, they'll eat it. That's for sure.
There are times of the year where they want it live and live only, but if it's fresh, I think you always got a chance, they're picky, but they're not that picky. I would still use, I mean, we used to just, if we got, say, 6 rods out, 3 or 4 of them is going to have something alive on it.
Right.
And 2 of them, maybe 3 of them is going to have something dead on it, but fresh dead, not long dead. We
No,
don't
see-
use, our bait doesn't see a freezer, Uper.
Right. Right.
We don't freeze our bait because we catch it on the day of.
Yeah. See, I've used dead bait that's been dead for a while, but some of them right after in the very early spring, they're going up down through there and they're sucking all the winter kill off the bottom. They will eat it.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a little window where we used to use dead bait that we had and did all right with it. But for the most part, like you said, we'd have fresh killed. And I mean,
Well,
we didn't kill a bullfrog when we stuck him on. He went on live.
I get it. Like, I get why you would keep dead or bait in your freezer, because maybe you want to go right at it, you know, some of those days. Whereas when we go catfishing, we already know we're making a day of it.
Right.
Like, we've had trouble getting shad, but I can't think of a time where we ever didn't get a bluegill. That
Well,
would
see,
almost be like the world had ended if we couldn't get one of those.
A lot of the cat fishermen that I kind of follow around YouTube here, there's, you know, Rustic, don't you? You know who Rustic is?
Rustic.
John Boiler, I don't know.
I've heard the name. I probably even talked to him. Yeah.
Yeah, them guys, they have them little, and like, you know, they've got jobs and stuff. So, but they'll get together and they'll have these YouTube tournaments where there'll be 5 of them on a stream. When the skipjack, what they call skipjack, which looks like a herring to me, but
yeah, it's like the
man, and they'll spend every spare moment when they come in thick. And like you said, they'll back seal them and they'll freeze them because that's what they're going to use, whether they cut it or not, throughout the rest of the year.
I always said the southern catfish must be way more picky than the northern catfish, because those guys down there, like in Tennessee and whatnot and lower, they worry about bait so much more than I do.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've always, like, they've even said, well, bluegills don't work all the time. And it's like, well, I've never known bluegills never not to work.
Right.
But maybe it's our nonchalant northern catfish that don't give a shit. I don't know.
Well, I personally think you got a lot more cat fishermen. You start getting down south too. You know what I mean?
I think that's true. Whereas around here, no, catfish are low on the to-do list here.
Yeah, they are.
And I think they get harassed a lot less. And I think we're kind of blessed in that way.
Yeah, I do too.
And I've always wondered. Hold on. All right, my bad.
Oh, I just looked at the chat and yeah, Cheryl, I use dead smelt. I got some in the freezer to winter fish for pike with.
Never.
They like them.
Yeah, I encountered smelt for the first time in Michigan. One of them little rural lakes I used to fish when I first started dating Jess. And they had smelt, and the neighbor always talked about going out at night and getting them.
Yeah, they still do. I know guys right now that are going out there on certain inland lakes with lanterns and they drop them green lights down the hole. And he sent me a video a month ago and the hole, I mean, dude, you could see so many thousand smelt, but he said they just weren't in the mood to bite that night. He said they caught about a dozen. And he said, and usually you can, 2 gallons is your limit. And he said, man, usually you can just load up on them.
Jess's brother lives right down the street from a pretty good brook trout stream.
Okay.
And every time I go up there, I ask him like, have you fished it yet? He said, no, I don't know about it. And he's like, neighbor says it's good though. I'm like, well, one of these days you're gonna have to show me where the damn thing is when I come visit you. So we
Right.
don't have that kind of. I've never caught a brook trout.
Well,
That
see,
would be a.
that's another thing here. You really got to know the rules, because if it's a designated trout stream and any of them that flow into the Great Lakes has different rules than an inland one, you know.
I was gonna say this would not qualify for anywhere near a Great Lake.
Right. Okay. Yep.
So this would probably at best drain into some kind of inland small
Yes.
off the grid lake.
Yep. I've fished a bunch of them when I was young, because we actually used to
Well, if
catch
you-
our catfish bait in a designated trout stream.
Well, if you went to go buy goats where I said I was gonna go,
Yeah,
then you must have passed a lake or two around that area.
I'm sure. Yeah.
And that's where they are. There's a bunch of them though. They have so many names I can't remember them all.
Well, I know Crystal is well known for the smelt in the winter.
That sounds vaguely familiar. Turk
I
Lake
know-
always. These aren't big lakes, mind you. They're not huge. They're fairly okay sized lakes. I don't know what I terrible at guessing acreage of a lake by looking at it,
Right.
but they're not big. They're not big. They're inland lakes, but they're numerous.
Yeah. Right.
Endless, numerous small lakes is how I would describe that area.
The whole west coast of Michigan, all the way from the border up into that region's the same way. If you look at a map, they're everywhere.
Like they don't know how good they got it. They're all within 5-10 minutes of a lake. Sometimes on the lake, they're all right. There's a lake. Anywhere you pull up Google Maps, you got a lake looking at you. Whereas here, we got them, but they ain't like that.
Right. Right.
And you're often going to be fishing the same ones. Whereas up there, you could fish, I don't know, 50 or 60 different lakes in a given year, I'd say, without breaking the bank.
Yeah, you can pull into a lake, go fishing for 2 hours and ain't biting, throw your stuff in the back of the truck and be on another lake in an hour fishing again.
Yeah, her parents' lake, or the former lake they lived on, it was 2 lakes and one that was connected by a tiny little creek. And one lake, and they were both good-sized lakes, and you couldn't believe if you could get that little John boat or rowboat or whatever you were in through that creek, you were in another massive lake.
Right. Right.
And we always thought the lake that you had to get to was better than the lake that was where the people lived.
I
And
know.
no one
I don't
really
know.
looked.
Don't that seem to be the rule, that grass is always greener on the other side?
Oh, it's way greener on the other side. Like we would spend 10% of our time in the lake they lived on, and 90% of the time in the lake nobody lived on.
Right.
It was far superior lake. Like you would catch 10 crappies in their lake, go over to the other lake and catch 100. I mean, It was
Right.
night and day difference. Like you want to catch 10 or 100, Pretty easy math for a fisherman. And we did those lakes so much, but that lake was so good that we would go try the other ones, and they just didn't live up to that one lake. So a lot of times we'd be like, well, why don't we just go with the sure thing?
Absolutely. You know what you're up against.
And he was unfamiliar with the other lakes, and so was I. Obviously, I was. So anytime we went to a new one, we were always kind of trying to guess, ask for information, beg for information. Like, where do you go? Where do you start? What do you fish for? What's even in here?
No, been there, done that. You're looking for a little something change. You go to somewhere else, and then at the end of the day, you wish you'd have just went to where you knew.
And I'll find myself doing that a lot of times, but I'll get the wild hair and hit the new places too. But the new places now for me around here they're far away.
Right. Yeah.
Hoover Hoover's a good one. I wish it was closer because I would have mastered it by now if it wasn't a 2-hour drive.
Right. Yeah. What do you want? All right, I'll be back in a minute. I gotta go let this dog out.
All right, I'll take a pee break. All right, I'm back.
Yeah, I still got one outside, so as soon as I hear the door, I'll go let them back in.
They can't be out too long, can they?
Nope, it won't be long.
And paws will get cold. Jess had to warm up the van. It ain't been driven in what, 2-3 days probably.
Yeah, you better let it warm up good, boy. Old power steering pump, everything's crying in this weather.
Mm-hmm. Wow, we've spent we spent 3 days shoveling now.
We've started them every day.
Yeah, we've started them every day, but
Oh, okay. Well, that helps, but still.
yeah, well, other than the Jeep and the truck, you weren't really going anywhere the past few days for sure. Like, you're kind of asking for it on these little back roads I live on in a car to get stuck. But it's just one of those things where our roads are hit last. They're not priority roads. And when people come to our streets, they're like, Jesus.
Right.
They're like,
oh, yeah, 2 days.
You come after like the main roads have been plowed, then you come to these streets and you're like, has no one been down here yet or what? And they're like, nope, this is day 2 before we see a plow.
Well, then it pisses you off because now you got to go clean the snow out of your entrance where you just plowed all that shit in it.
And that's why we spent 3 days shoveling. First Sunday we shoveled all the main snow that came down. Then
Right.
Monday we shoveled the remainder, and today we shoveled the plow. We shoveled the plow piles out of our way.
Right. Yeah.
So it's just a lot of snow. I mean, I think we broke records for daily snowfall here.
Okay.
I seem to remember more as a kid, but not all at once. Like we would have up to 2 feet of snow on the ground at a given time, but it didn't fall on the same day.
Right. Got you.
Cumulative snow, not one day.
We probably got 2 inches through that system. You guys got all that snow, and it's real powdery. I mean, you can blow the whole hood off just walking up and going, "Pooh!" There's no moisture in it at all.
That worked Sunday, but not Monday.
Right.
I started kind of doing that. You seen on Josh's, I was blowing snow as it was coming down, and Jello gave me the idea. I just use a snowblower, which I guess I'd heard of that. It just really never practiced it.
No, I got a big pack blower you put on your back, and it'll blow it all off. But
even like 12, not like what, even 12 inches of fresh powder, you think?
If it's powder, yeah, but if it's that wetter stuff, no, it won't. All right,
Yeah.
I'll shut the door.
Okay.
No, I got a big snow blower that stays right on my porch
Mm,
because my house is 32 by 36, and I got 10-foot porch all the way around.
I see.
A lot of surface, so.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And if you don't stay on it, if the dogs or if you walk on it where that footprint is, turns to ice.
My dad broke his snowblower with this one, and it's not even that old.
Right.
I think he's pretty charitable with it. He does his own driveway, then does the neighbors, then does the entire block. My guess is just to get his money out of the damn thing. But and be charitable and, dig the people that can't dig themselves out, or
Absolutely.
maybe just have shovels like we do. Like I've had a snowblower here before, but I just couldn't prioritize storing it anymore because it took up too much room in my shed. So
Yeah, use it how many times in 5 years?
right, it just gets in the way of the lawnmower 10 months out of the year.
Right. And the worst thing you can do is leave them sit.
I mean, what do you do with a snowblower in summertime? I mean,
Right.
it
Right.
sits there. It sits. Maybe you go start it every now and again.
Well, I had to put a belt on mine this year, first time, and then I think it was the original belt that powers the part that sucks it in and blows it out the chute.
Yeah.
I used it and it was working fine, and then all of a sudden I'm like, well, this snow's a little bit heavier and it just ain't shooting it over the railing. And so I said, it slowed me right down, and I'm like, that's weird. So I brought it in and thawed it out and took the cover off and went, oh, I think that's the original belt.
Well, same way with the tiller. I borrowed Dad's gigantic rototiller to do our garden, and it takes me about 20 minutes to do it, and that's really being thorough. I'll probably till it 3 different times in the same small area
Sure.
just to get that dirt good and crushed up, you know. But I don't use that but once a year. When I borrow it, I use it once, and that's it.
Right.
I'm done. I'm 20 minutes a year. That's what I use it for.
Yeah, I got a small one, and it don't get used much either. Like you said, right in the spring to break everything up, and then we go inside the horse pen because it's all manure and sand underneath it, and we'll rototill that up, put it in wheelbarrows, and get rid of it, you know. But we use it for compost. Yeah,
Absolutely.
it don't get used much. Not like when I lived down below and had a big garden.
Right.
We spaced the rows so you could run the tiller between the rows.
Right. Good luck. This is the first time she's had to drive anywhere in a few days. She's got to go 2 miles.
Right.
I got no tires on the van.
Yeah, you're good. It's front wheel drive.
Yep, and it's heavy.
Well, that and the roads have been plowed at this point multiple times. Yeah, it's not don't drive 90 miles an hour on it.
Come on, man. Alright, I'll be back.
Try not to drive 90.
Right. Keep it below 90. You'll be okay.
Yep.
Well, looks like we run your chat off.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, you got 4 in here still.
There's 5 in here right now.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't really take those numbers under consideration because they're often wrong. I've had it where 3 people's in the chat and it's showing 0, so I don't know how they gauge that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was gonna try to at least wait till 801 got back before I ended it, just in case. So I'll go 2 hours at least. It's only at the 133 mark here.
Is Josh live?
Yeah, I think he just went live.
I thought I got a notification from Chelsea's live, but not him.
I texted him. He just never showed up. I texted Yellow, Kevin, you, 801, the same crowd.
Sure.
But yeah, I'll go to about 2 hours. I have Myron's number, but I didn't. I don't want to call him, you know, like, hey. He usually sees it anyway. If he comes, he comes. I know I'm not a mainstay of live streaming, so that's the only reason I let people know.
I know it used to be even on Steve's, we get talking fishing, and a lot of the followers aren't interested in it, if you know what I mean.
Well, this is a fishing channel, so this is the place to do it. Hey, Gandalf.
Exactly.
Oh man, yeah. This is we could talk about fishing here. This is the place to do it. But it's been a weird January. I started off open water fishing, and now I'm transitioning to ice fishing in January, which is not uncommon, but kind of weird. Like
I was even here on the 10th. I went and did a property check, and when I come back down the side of the lake, I'm taking video, and I'm like, man, usually all these bays are frozen, and they're not.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure they're froze up better than they were that day now.
I'm trying I'm trying to remember the bay of Lake Michigan I fished one time. I think it was called Whitefish Bay or White something. Does that ring any bells? White.
Well, you probably fished. Did the pier go to it?
Oh boy, you're talking a long time ago.
Well,
I'm just trying to remember the name of the
area.
I'm sure if you fished Lake Michigan, you've probably been around it, maybe.
Oh, no question. No question. I fished when the salmon boom was kicking in the 70s and early 80s. We fished from St. Joe all the way to Ludington, every one of them, for salmon.
Well, we went out. I mean, of course, we're foot powered on sleds, so we went out as far as our legs could take us, and we had no electronics. I still don't have electronics, so we were just kind of like looking for the shanty towns.
Yep.
And we didn't want to intrude on anyone, so we kind of went in that general area, but we kept our distance. And that was how we started drilling holes. And we caught fish, but we were fishing, it felt like 30 plus feet of water in some cases.
Yep.
And we didn't have a clue what we were doing, but we did catch fish. We just played with the depths. We started on the bottom and worked our way up, drilled multiple holes with a hand auger, which sucked because the ice was over a foot thick. And, about the 20th hole in 12-inch plus ice, you're about wore out.
Yep. Well, when I started ice fishing, we had one of them stupid spoon augers, if you've ever seen one.
I vaguely remember them.
But when that laser came out, boy, you were in if you had a laser.
Oh, now they got these lithium ion batteries that you can go out with an auger, and if you got your batteries charged up, you're not doing anything. You're not worried about gas, nothing. You just
Yeah, well, now the big thing is these guys are all using their big screw guns.
Yeah, that too. And I think you can with a hand auger somehow. Charlie rigged something.
You can buy an adapter even for like your laser. The biggest thing with your auger is don't let nobody use it that sets it straight down, slams it down on the ice. When it's touching the ice, it should be spinning, in a sense, because you can dull the blades. I've loaned mine to people, watched them walk over and slam it down. I'm like, hey, I just put brand new blades on.
Yeah, I know that. I know you don't slam blades.
Right.
So I got the blue auger, like the powdered blue auger. Maybe you know who makes it. I don't know. I don't know that it's Eskimo. I think it's another brand. It's the powder blue ones. It's a really common brand. You pick them up. I can't think of the brand right now.
Well, like I said, they had laser on the box I got two of them out here. I got an 8-inch and a 10-inch, and you start turning that 10-inch in a foot of ice, you know it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I can tell you the first time we went on that little pond we started out, it was only 4 inches, and I didn't mind drilling 20 holes that day because it wasn't as much effort.
Right. Just walks right through it.
Yeah, it does too. You don't have to think about 4 inches. It's just, it's a couple of turns and you're through.
Yeah.
But I know 12 inches is a pain. You're just like, come on already.
I know. Yep. I remember we used to drive up and fish on Houghton Lake, which is the biggest inland lake in Michigan. And when you could drive out there, we'd go out there and get off the sides of them crowds. Well, we would find where somebody had a 10-inch power auger, and we would drill their hole because it wasn't as thick as the main ice. It might only be 8 inches thick,
We found ourselves doing that when we were on the Great Lake Michigan. We were finding old holes and punching them open with our foot, or just using the auger to go through a couple inches.
Yeah.
That's actually how we ended up catching fish, by fishing old holes. A lot of times you'll even see dead fish on the ice, or dead fish through the ice where somebody's tried to release something and it didn't live,
Right. I know
perch are kind of, it's been my thing with perch that they're kind of timid in a way to catch and release. They die a lot, especially when you bring them out of deep water.
Oh, yeah, especially deep water. Yeah, you'll binge them.
Yeah, for
Man,
sure. So if you're gonna fish for perch, you might as well eat them because they're just gonna die anyway.
Well, I mean, in the wintertime, if you take it real easy and reel them up out of 50 feet, you can release them. But even like the trout, they poke the bladder because you see that lake trout and it's releasing bubbles all the way. So you can release it if you don't just hog on it, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He's blowing bubbles out of his air bladder where I've caught perch in 75 feet of water. You set the hook and crank them up, and the bladder's sticking right out their mouth. You might as well plan on eating every fish you catch.
Right. Right. And generally when I'm ice fishing, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Anyway. So I'm never worried about it. Like obviously if it's undersized or something, it's gotta go back. But any fish that's keepable to the ice, I generally keep. I didn't keep out of that pond because the lady didn't want us to keep anything.
Right.
But and I didn't need it. I really didn't. I was cool with fishing there for catch and release. Her pond was only like 10 foot deep at the top at the most, but
Right.
that's how I got my. Probably the only reason I got my rod holder back is because where I dropped it at was 7 or 8 feet, so I had a pretty good chance of getting it back.
Right. I see. Yeah.
So I was like, as long as that thing fell straight down in the hole, I bet I can get it.
We were walking out checking the ice once. You know, you walk out, you got your spud. And of course, don't ever forget to put the rope around your wrist. But my boy had an old straight bar with a point on the end, and he was out in front of me about 20 yards. And of course, he's young, so he's just wailing it on the ice. And my mind's thinking, if you're hitting it 3-4 times that hard, the ice is fine. And he got out there a little ways, and all of a sudden, flop, flop, and I heard him, oh, shit. Well, it went through on like the third hit, and he hit so hard it just walked. The pipe was so heavy, or that bar was a soft bar. It went right down out of his hands. Well, we bored a hole over it. I looked down there, I could see about 3 foot of it sticking out of the silt. I'm like, I don't think I got a magnet. I said, maybe you might get a rope to lasso over that knob. It wouldn't cinch tight enough to pull it. So it's still out there somewhere.
Did I tell you about my buddy losing a GoPro in the lake one time?
Oh man, really?
Yeah, so we went down. We used to fish this old gravel pit, and the entrance was a creek, and that was the only way you could access the lake. I mean, it literally was. Unless you had a helicopter, you were going through this creek to get access to this giant lake. Now, most of the time, the creek is either really low or non-existent, or you have to carry your boat across the dry creek bed, right?
Right, got you.
But in the springtime with the heavy rains, it becomes a flooded torrent, crazy Noah's Ark bullshit getting in there. You know what I mean? Where it's you're going to go in there at what feels like 30 miles an hour on a kayak.
Right, like a bullet. Yeah.
Yeah, you're going in there like a bullet, and getting out is a pain in the ass. You're basically just going to get wet and drag your boat back through it. But this particular time, it was flooded, muddy, really going crazy, and that's where he lost it. That's where it fell off his boat in the creek. So we pretty much chalked it up to a loss. But I did say, well, you know, if these things are as waterproof as GoPro says they are, maybe when this thing lightens up in a few weeks, we have a chance of finding it. And sure enough, the creek went from 5 foot deep, 4 foot deep to 2 foot deep, and went from a raging torrent to a pleasant little stream again. And that's when I found it. And the only reason I found it is it had become covered in algae at that point, but it just looked odd. It was just an odd shape in the water. The water was still kind of brown, but I could make out a silhouette in the water that looked oddly shaped, like a GoPro. It was shaped like a GoPro, but it was green. And it still wasn't quite in my reach, so I took my 6 foot net and I netted it out of the water, and I said, hey, here's your GoPro.
No shit.
And he took that thing home, rinsed it off, took the batteries out, dried it out, and that thing worked fine.
Ain't that crazy?
And it probably was submerged in the water for 3 solid weeks.
I'll be.
But yeah, you lose a $400 camera.
Right. right?
that sticks in your craw a little bit for a couple weeks, and he was definitely bummed for that day. But I said, hey, there's a small chance we'll get that back, and sure enough, we did.
That's crazy.
Now, had he dropped that in the lake, there would have been no chance in hell he was getting that back if it went down in 20, 30 feet of water without a,
Right.
you know, like you want to rent some, you want to rent some diving equipment.
And even then, you better have a GPS waypoint right on the spot because
Mhm. Yeah, you have no concept of anything when you're out in the middle of a lake. You're just like, oh, it could be here, you know. Unless you dropped it right next to a buoy or something, you don't have a chance.
we were perch fishing in the fall once, and my brother-in-law, he's in a wheelchair, so we each had our own, fish basket you throw over the side.
Mhm.
And I told him, I looked over there and I go, man, make sure that rope's tied good. Yeah. Well, he caught a nice perch and he went to flip that lid open and he pushed on it and the knot came off and down it went. And I go, oh man. He's like, man, well, we're fishing and there's people right around us, everybody's catching perch. And so I said, well, here, tie a big spoon on it or something. And the boat's swaying, we got it anchored, but I'm like, it's got to be right there. Well, he messed around. Finally, I stopped, grabbed a different rod, and put a big old musky spoon on it. And about the third drop, believe it or not, I hooked the handle. So in the meantime, he's like, dude, I had to have had 25 fish in there. And I said, you caught that many? He's like, yeah, man. And the guy beside us. And when I caught it, I pulled it up. I looked, there's like 7 or 8 in there. I looked over there at them guys. I said, well, he's a true fisherman. Look, and I held it. They couldn't believe that I caught it. This is 25 foot of water.
Fish stories.
25, huh?
Yeah.
We laughed. Man, I caught more than that in there.
I've caught.
The lid didn't come open when it hit bottom. I know that. But see, here we got otter. So you take wire, you wire that bottom shut. I usually open the bottom to get your fish out.
Mm-hmm.
We wire that solid. And then when you get home, you just hold your hand in the float and you tip them out the top the same way you put them in. But
Right. Yeah, I could see that being a big issue with a fish-eating mammal coming up to you that has no fear of people.
Oh, they'll just poke that bottom open and you won't even know they're there. You're too busy occupied and you pull it up and they're, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I've had beavers surface 2 feet off my kayak before to come check me out. I don't know that I've ever seen an otter here, but man, I've had them beaver right on top of me.
Sure.
And when you're not expecting them and you look down and there's a 50-pound animal sitting in the water looking up at you, it kind of startles you a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Those things
reminds you of what it'd be like to run into an alligator.
Yeah. Those tail slaps are pretty amazing.
Well, I bored 2 holes one time away from the crowd, and I scooped them out. Then I walked over and I got my little portable shanty because it had a floor, I had a plywood floor. I pulled it over there and I sat it over the holes. And then I got in. Well, I couldn't see shit because my eyes hadn't acclimated. So you come from all the snowy outside, sunny day, and I got in there and I just sat down and was putting new bait on a hook, and I heard bloop. And I looked over there and a big air bubble came up my other hole. And then all of a sudden I heard something and I looked and this damn muskrat had come up in there and sat on my floor. When I turned and looked, he hissed at me.
I didn't know they hissed.
The hole he went as fast as he came up. But then I looked down there and I'm in about 4 foot of water. I'm like, well, this ain't gonna work. It was pure sand. But them guys heard me holler. I kind of zipped out. They're like, what? I said, oh my God, I just had a muskrat sitting on my floor with me. Startled the crap out of me.
Just because I watched it.
Man, I'll tell you, I've had some mink get pretty curious around my boat too. Those things are real curious by nature.
Yeah.
They seem to be, the ones I've seen seem to care less that I'm there. They're hunting, they're fishing, they're doing their thing, or looking for muskrats or whatever. I don't know. Do they eat fish too?
Oh yeah, if you're throwing a dead minnow, if you're crappie fishing, throwing minnows out, they'll eat them.
I know they eat muskrats for sure.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I assume they eat fish like an otter does.
Yep, they do.
Maybe not as graceful as catching them.
That's correct, because an otter is a fish-eating machine, man.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, those mink are pretty curious when they come around, and I've had to kind of like smack the water with my paddle, like, "Hey, go away, man."
Absolutely. Yeah, I've had them where that's one thing I don't like about I got one of them insulated hub blinds for ice fishing. And
Mm-hmm.
because even though in there it's not as big, so I'll cut a triangle. I'll bore 3 holes with the auger, and then I take one of them hand saws and cut the triangle out so I can still sight fish. But I don't like leaving that at night. Like my hard shanty, I shut the lid at night. But
Right.
when you're looking out there and you see a otter sitting on the ice out there where you know there's open water, I've always thought, yeah, he's going to swim over here, come up in my shanty in my hole, and just destroy everything. Because here I ain't worried about nobody stealing shit. So your bucket with your rods and all your stuff sitting there in the corner. But
It's like the northern tax
I
man.
don't like not being able to cover that hole.
Yeah, down south the tax man is a shark. I guess up north the tax man is an otter.
Right.
Yeah, the people. I don't know anyone personally that fishes the ocean all the time, but every YouTube video I watch, it's always people bitching about the sharks. I was reeling that fish up and it got sharked. I was reeling that fish up and it got sharked. If
Yeah,
I fight a fish longer than 5 minutes, it's getting sharked.
See, and that's where you start getting up in a little bit northern, like South Florida. They're around, but they aren't like they are from Cocoa Beach north. You start getting in that part of the ocean, and the sharks are a lot more plentiful than right down like by Miami. There's not as many. You can go out and catch them, but if you're anywhere within this side of the EU, you're probably not gonna freaking catch them.
Well, they've said that sharks even know when they know the sound of a boat that's constantly going in and out of gear.
Yep.
And that sound of going in reverse, going forward, trolling, all that stuff, they are attracted to that because they know it's free lunch.
Well, you're right. Their lateral line senses the fish fighting too.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, if you've got a good fish on and it's pulling drag, believe it or not, the speed of sound is 5 times faster below water than above. So even your drag zipping's putting out a sound to them.
Huh.
Yeah, I remember being a kid and going underwater and clacking 2 rocks together.
Yeah. Well, I took up snorkeling when I lived in the Pacific.
Okay.
I went out and bought all the gear that is called tsunami gear, flippers, mask, the whole 9 things. One of those elbow-powered fish spears.
Okay, yeah.
One of those. Yeah, and me being from Ohio, yeah, you can imagine how much experience I had. And just so happened that everybody I went out in the ocean with was from Indiana and Kentucky and, the Midwest. We had a lot of Midwesterners in our platoon. So we were all out there looking at the ocean like, well, let's give it a try. I mean, the guy I went snorkeling with all the time was from Indiana. What the hell does he know about the ocean as much as I do, especially the Pacific?
Yeah, see, and when I was younger, we'd snorkel. We had the fins and the snorkel tube and the goggles, but we'd just be in all the local gravel pits, and you'd dive down with them fins on. But I never had I always wanted to try with a spear gun or something like that, because I knew some guys that did it that were older, and they used to go in a lot of them inland lakes and they'd shoot suckers and carp and garfight and stuff like that.
We were in a foreign country. Think about this, trying to spear every kind of fish that came near us. Now, we didn't have a clue what if there was regulations or anything.
Right.
So we were just trying to spear, me and her brother and the Indiana dude were just trying to spear any fish that got in range of this thing. And the whole time, nobody ever bothered us. We did it like every weekend. And no one ever said anything. There'd be even Japanese dudes fishing on the shoreline, just like waving to us. And we're down there. We'd hold up some kind of tropical fish, like, look at this. And they would say, oh, good eat,
Well, it's funny you'd say that. My wife had 2 nephews that were in Guantanamo Bay through the guards. And they did that too. They went and bought all the gear and jumped in and was snorkeling around shooting stuff with a spear gun. And like he said, they're right there off the base there or whatever. So he said we'd come walking back up and some of them guys would be like, that fish ain't the fish you want to eat, dude. These are what, they're like, well, we didn't know. And he said, there is a season on that fish right there.
Oh God, I was such a moron back then. Youper, I would bring home starfish and sea cucumbers
Right.
and all kinds of stuff like that from the ocean, and I would put it in my room and I would like dry it off and set it on my nightstand because it looked cool, not knowing in 2 days it was gonna smell like shit.
Oh, right. Spoiled.
And then I would end up throwing it away, and then my room would stink for 2 weeks. It'd
Right.
smell like the corpse of a starfish. I can't even tell you how bad that smells once you bring in stuff from the bottom of the ocean and leave it just sit in room temperature for a couple of days.
Right.
I was a moron. And then I got this wild idea. Well, why don't I catch a starfish and soak it in bleach? Well, that didn't help that much. It still stank like hell.
Yeah, because it still had innards that weren't dried out.
It just goes to show you how little I knew back then. I mean, I was 19, so I wasn't exactly smart anyway.
Well, again, it's foreign to you, and they
Right.
are cool,
Well, I hadn't grown up next to the ocean at all. Like, and
Right.
now I'm in a dot in the middle of the Pacific with all this water to explore. I wasn't
Right.
even smart enough not to wear my dog tags when I was in the ocean, not knowing that basically I was ringing the dinner bell for any shark or barracuda that would see that silver around my neck and go for it. That was that was something I learned the hard way.
We got someone in the chat now.
Yeah, starfish. What's up, starfish?
Bill was in there a minute ago.
Yep.
Stay high in there too.
But it wasn't until I had a barracuda come 3 feet off to my right or left or whichever way it was and inspect me, where I thought, oh, I'm wearing dog tags right now. That's real smart in the ocean while I'm swimming because I think I'm G.I. Joe or something.
Hey, you got jewelry on, man. That's a reflector. Maybe I'll take a swab at that.
And then the fisherman in me was like, oh yeah, I'm basically walking around with a Mepps spinner around my neck.
Exactly.
And I stopped doing that. I had about a 6 or 7 foot mako shark, which looks like a great white to the untrained eye. Had one of those swim underneath me one time, and it was completely my fault that I put myself in that situation because I swam way too far out from the wall. They called it the tsunami wall. And I swam many, many miles out to the ocean, just kind of trying to, I don't know what I was trying to prove back then. Oh, how far away from the land can I swim? One of those deals. And I found myself swimming in a giant, I don't know what kind of fish they were, but they were bait fish, right? Small fish.
Okay.
And I ended up being in a cloud of those, right? I mean, there were literally thousands, it almost seemed like millions of them around me when I was out in the ocean. And I thought, how cool is this? And then I had a thought in the back of my head going, wait a minute, you're in a school of bait fish right now. And I looked down and there's a mako shark looking up at me. And I froze. I'd never seen a shark in my life, let alone like the first time I ever saw a shark, I was in the ocean looking at it, and it was a mako. And that mako looks like a small great white shark. And I froze and immediately started swimming back to shore. Now, this thing wasn't interested in me for whatever reason that day. I didn't have the dog tags on or anything. I did have my spear. So if it came for me, I was watching and I had my goggles on. I swam in a way where I had eyes on him the whole time. Because when you see a shark in the water, the last thing you want to do is lose sight of it.
Right.
And the whole time on the way back, I watched this thing as I got further and further away. And then luckily it was interested in those bait fish and not me. Now, it was definitely big enough to fuck me up. That's the only time I ever really encountered a shark. I seen some fins from the shoreline a couple of times after that, but I never seen one in the water with me. Because I never ventured that far out ever again.
Right.
And that's my only shark story I have.
Yeah, that's a little bit. My brother-in-law was over there in Belize, and he got certified. Him and his girlfriend, they went through the classes and got certified to actual dive. And they were out on one of them reefs, and he said, "Man, you can't even imagine how beautiful it is out there."
Mhm.
And they were, and of course, they had a guy with them that time that had taught them, certified them to scuba dive, so they were tank diving. And he said, all of a sudden, this big freaking great white come by, and he said, "That's all I needed to see." He said, "That
Mhm.
guy said, oh, he's not gonna bother you," and he's like, "Dude, he said he looked as big as Jaws, even though he was probably only a 12 or 14 footer."
It's like a new fear is unlocked once you are in the water with one. It's a fear you didn't really know was there until you're there with it. You know what I mean? Like it's like, oh, I'm on the food chain out here.
Well,
That's that.
that's pretty cool, Lone Star. Don't think that's a bad idea at all.
No. And we knew they were there. We knew there was even great whites the further you went out. It is the Pacific.
Right.
There's every pelagic fish, every kind of shark you can kind of think of in the Pacific. And they're all there. Just if you go out far enough, and stay out there long enough, you'll maybe encounter something. I was around the poisonous, or whatever you want to call it, the deadly jellyfish.
Oh yeah.
What were those called? We'd see them all the time.
Yep.
They had a name for them. There was blue ring octopus, which were poisonous, I believe.
Yes, the blue and purples, and
There were stonefish, the ones that you step on and ruin your day or your life. We seen those. There was poisonous sea snakes. That's another thing you got to watch out for there. Those are in the water. They're worse than the land. They have higher venom than the ones on land, I believe. Don't quote me on that. There was all kinds of stuff out there, and looking back, I was kind of looking at my younger self like, you were a moron back then.
well,
Just like when I was jumping in the creek in North Carolina with no care whatsoever that there was cottonmouths in there. Just
Right.
fearless, but not really. Just stupid, not fearless.
Well, see, this is something a lot of people don't realize about a cottonmouth either. Is they're most aggressive when they're shedding because their skin starts to cover their head, and if they
Yeah.
bump into you, they just strike. Where if they can see you, they're not coming to attack you unless you're messing with a nest or something. You know what I mean? But yeah, you still got to be cautious of it. But I remember being down in Florida, and I was driving down by Fort Lauderdale, and there's a big marina there, and I seen some guys down there fishing, so I pulled in there and got all walked down there, and this guy had about a 30-inch barracuda sitting on the dock, and he was scared to death of that fish, man. He was pounding on it, trying to kill it. It just kept flopping.
Mm-hmm.
I had to chuckle because I was like, oh, yeah. Well, then my brother-in-law, he's like, you don't want to eat them damn things anyway. And some people eat them and some don't, just like the tilapia.
Well, one of the first ocean fish that I caught in North Carolina, we went out on a charter. Besides all the little, like the inshore stuff, actually the first thing I ever caught in North Carolina was a stingray because they're insanely easy to catch.
Okay.
You can catch them from shore, and you catch them just kind of the same way you would catfish. You throw something kind of dead, chunked up bait out on a hook from the beach, and you'll probably catch a stingray. That was the first thing I caught. But when I went out on a boat for the first time, I was catching king mackerel and amberjacks.
Okay. Yep.
Now that I watch YouTube, I a lot of those guys kind of turn their noses up at those two species, and I thought they tasted great.
Yeah, that's funny, ain't it? How that is, yeah.
They're not like as high up on the list with like tuna or wahoo.
Right.
They're kind of middle of the road ocean fish to some people, or even lower depending on who you're talking to. But it is what it is.
Well, I can remember watching YouTube videos, and I see these guys are out there fishing, and they catch a dolphin fish or a mahi, and they're all high-fiving because I know the season isn't very long, you know, for them to catch those. And I'm thinking, and that's that yellow green, you know,
Yep.
dolphin fish.
I know exactly what it is. Yep.
And I ate some once, and I was like, "Oh my god, the best fish I ever ate!" You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I have no doubt that saltwater fish, well, there's just so many more species, so it's not amazing to me that they have higher table fare because there's just so much more of them. You know, when you think of freshwater fish, the highest rated fish is probably like something like a walleye in our area, right? Like,
Well, the ocean lingcod is just like a walleye to me. I mean, and then, but I've ate red snapper and a bunch of them other ones from the West Coast out in Oregon, and I can't say I've ever had a saltwater fish that wasn't great.
right. And that's what I worked with a guy from Florida, and I would do fish fries at work. And the guy had just moved up from Jacksonville. And he said, I'll try your fish, but it ain't going to be mahi-mahi to me,
Right.
just so you know.
Right.
And I gave him the best I had. I gave him walleye. I even gave him walleye cheeks. And he said, this is pretty good. He said, it's not mahi-mahi.
No, there's no comparison anyway.
Well, I said, well, I can't fucking catch those. I'm sorry. They're not here.
Same way with the bluefin tuna, man. A good cut of that is unbelievable, but the price is stupid. I'd rather eat bluegills and perch personally, but
Right. Of course, freshwater, freshwater fish ain't going to hold up to saltwater fish. There's just not as many. And I don't know, there is something to a fish out of saltwater compared to fresh. I don't know the science of it, but there's probably something to it.
well, that's the thing. I ate alligator and I wasn't impressed. It was the tail meat too, but I've never ate the shark, which I know some guys that did, but we watched some guys wrestling with about a 5-footer. And my brother-in-law, who lives in Florida down there in Jupiter, he's telling them the whole time, hey, you better get that thing taken care of and get it on ice and blah, blah, blah. Oh, we
Got
want
it.
pictures. And by the time they got that home and iced down and gutted and clean, it stunk so bad, like you said. It's just like a bear here. You got to address it right now, or that meat's getting gained.
A shark urinates through its skin.
Okay.
So if you catch a shark and you want to eat it, you better be gutting it as soon as you catch it. You better be thumping it on the head and running a knife through its belly because they piss through their skin.
Okay.
They might even shit through their. You know what I mean? It's all through their skin. So, in the same way with rays, stingrays, and skates and all that, they all urinate through their skin. So if you're gonna eat one, you better kill it and gut it before that starts happening.
There's way too many species out there that are not like that I'd rather favor anyway.
Mm-hmm.
That's just me, but hey, to each their own.
Right. Yeah, I've sharked fish before off the beach, but I never, because they would actually even have seasons where the bull sharks were mating in North Carolina where they would say don't swim in these areas because they are the most testosterone fueled shark that comes in to 4 or 5 foot of water and they will take you out. They're the worst ones.
Yeah, they're territorial.
Yeah, and it's because they're so full of testosterone. They're so horn dogged up all the time. They're the ones that end up fucking people up all the time. Actually, the movie Jaws is not based on a great white. It is based on a bull shark.
Right.
A bull shark that swam up a river in New York and ate a bunch of people.
That crazy?
Mm-hmm. So all those people were swimming in a river, probably brackish somewhat.
Sure.
Possibly, and they had no fear. At the time, they were swimming like, oh, there's no sharks here.
Well, like you said, the shark family. You got your tigers and your threshers, and you even have a thresher rub up against you, cut you wide open.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're very sandpapery feeling. I've felt sharks at an aquarium. There's a spot here where you can go to the aquarium and they have sharks swimming around in tanks where you can pet them and stuff.
Okay.
And that's the only reason I've ever touched one. They got all kinds of sharks there. All kinds. You walk through the tunnel, if you can imagine, the tunnel of sharks, the tunnel of all kinds of stuff there.
Oh yeah, right.
They even have an Amazon exhibit where I usually spend most of my time looking at those exotics from the big river down there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The arapaimas and peacocks and red tails and Paraíba catfish.
Yeah, the pokus or pacu.
Yeah, just absolute nightmare fuel giant fish that you couldn't even imagine swimming in a river. And the piranhas, of course, all that stuff. That's always neat to me.
Well, I've got an old black and white. It's in a magazine, but it's an old picture of a couple of natives over there in the Amazon, and they've got one of them Wells catfish.
Mm-hmm.
They're in one of them old like wooden dugout boats, and I mean, this thing is freaking huge. It could eat a man.
My buddy had a Wells, and I guess some game warden found out he had it, and I don't think he knew he couldn't have it, but they came to his house and they made him kill it.
Really?
Yeah, he wasn't allowed to possess it. They didn't find him or anything. They just made him kill it, made him get rid of it.
Yeah.
There's some fish they don't want you to own stateside here.
Well, look at the snakes down there in South Florida. They're in the Everglades, and they've about wiped out all the coon and every population,
Well, the thing I think with the Wells is if one were to escape into the waters around here, it would survive.
Right.
So they don't want a non-native, like a 300-pound non-native fish getting into our lakes.
Well, see, that's no different than the snakehead.
Mhm.
They've come out of the ballast discharge of these ocean freighters and shit.
Right. Good. I don't think the people in Florida complain nearly as much as you think they would, because I think they found a niche for them down there.
Right.
They enjoy targeting them. They're just like the new largemouth down there. Like people love going after them.
That's no different than big head and the grass carp in the Mississippi and shit. Them guys are bow shooting them and.
Mm-hmm. Yep. As long as they find some kind of crowd that goes after them, they'll always be appreciated. I know that big head and silvers are, villainized in many places. Like they don't like them in a lot of places.
Well, they're eating all the plankton, you know what I mean, that fed all your smaller bait fish, so it has an adverse effect on your native fish.
Right. I haven't seen one, but I know they're in the Ohio.
Well, I know when I fished Lake Erie way back, that water, same way, Detroit River, all that. Well, when the zebra mussel got into Lake Erie, because if you recall back in the day, they'd run an Erie Geary right in the boat prop and catch walleye.
Right.
Well, them filters came through, clarified the water. Now you got grass growing in 15, 18 foot of water that you never had because no light could penetrate when I fished it back in the 70s.
Yeah.
You got all the downstream shit from Detroit.
I always wondered why the captains would sometimes look for dirty water on purpose. And then now that you saying that and hearing that, it kind of makes sense to me now. Like, yeah, he was always looking for dirty water instead of clean water, like or dingier.
Yep.
Like, yeah, the fish are probably a little bit more willing to bite.
Well, yeah, because you're not, and if you're using planer boards, they know that boat's coming, so they just move out in the planer board positions to catch them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I remember running salmon, and we'd go to the mouth, and right where that brown line went from where the river ran into Lake Michigan, we'd troll right on the edge of that, and I swear some of them salmon were sitting there like a weed edge, just their head poked out of that dark water, waiting for something to swim by. Dart out there and grab it. There was times we'd just strictly fish right off the pier heads because that's where you could catch them.
Right. Jesus. Huh.
That's the thing. We've had so many invasives, and even here, the rusty crayfish, we've got the gobies, we've got all that stuff in our system, and it's had an effect on our perch fishing and everything because the gobies will go right in on the nest, and which perch aren't like a bass or a bluegill. They're like the pike. They lay in clumps on weed beds. Well, them gobies will come right in there, and they're egg eaters. So they're just like a coon on your grouse or duck nest,
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's not as many trappers.
You look at a mature or even immature, you take an 8 or 9 inch perch, probably got 320,000 eggs in it. And if 1 or 2, 3% of them make that to a fishable resource, that's why they have so many eggs.
Right.
So then you add another vicious predator before they even get to be a fingerling, you know.
Yep. Yeah, it's a numbers game, but I mean, you know, harvest is necessary with those, especially in the smaller bodies of water. You don't want them to get stunted.
No, it's predator prey pounds per acre for sure.
There's nothing wrong. Even people with small, tiny farm ponds don't understand that you gotta take a certain amount of poundage out per year
Absolutely. If you
to
don't
keep
have
your
enough
pond healthy.
you don't have enough predator fish to keep them in check, they're going to stunt.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You just got to do your research. Like I got a 1 acre pond. How many catfish can I have in there? How many bluegill can I have in there?
Right.
How much bait fish do I need in there? There's all these
there too, you know, to keep the bluegills in check along with the catfish. So
right. Yep.
even a big bluegill, they'll eat a young fry of the year bluegill, but
Sure.
many they won't keep themselves in check because again, you got a higher survival rate, even though you got herring and sandhill cranes on the bank, spear and everything that comes by. It still ain't enough to. I mean, we've taken big, huge seines that we pulled with tractors and swept ponds and thinned them down, and maybe a pond that didn't have any fish, because these are all a good genetic fish. We'd take 300 over to a guy's lake that was private, and we'd throw them in there because he didn't have any.
I've seen them old guys catch a perch, pop its eye out with a pocket knife, and throw it on the hook and throw it back out there, and they say that's the best bait for perch.
Oh, I've done that many, many times. You run out of minnows and you can catch multiple fish on an eye. In fact, I come home and they look in the bucket. They're like, how come there ain't no eyes in them?
I was using them for bait as I was catching them.
Yeah, it's too funny how it works. But
yeah,
you just got to roll with the changes as the environment changes and different things. I mean, like I said, Lake Erie is like world-class walleye fishing because of that. Zebra mussel came through and was a giant filtration unit and cleaned all that nasty shit out of there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can see bottom, you see shit on bottom you never seen in the 70s, early 80s down there. So,
and I think it's not a lake you can fish every day of the year either. There are days where that lake won't let you fish it.
Oh, that's a fact. That is a fact. Yeah.
So to say you could fish Lake Erie 365 days out of the year if you had a death wish.
Well, even then, there's still bite windows, and there's a lot of times you're just going to burn fuel, and there's still bite windows. There's seasons just like here. We chase the perch when the perch come in, and they're easier to catch because the numbers are plenty. Well, then the predators come, pushes them way out to deep water, and they scatter. And then the walleyes come in, they spawn. Well, of course, our season's closed all through the spawning, but then it opens on May 15th. And a lot of the great big females, they've already moved back out. So we're catching, 17 to 24 inch walleye, perfect eating fish.
Yeah. Like the guy I go out with, he only fished Lake Erie this year, and he goes out all the time when the water's right, but he only made it out a handful of times to the months of October and November this year because of the wind.
Oh man, bad, wasn't it?
I'm telling you, he was not happy with this year. He's like, yeah, I've been out 3 times in 2 months.
Right.
And he's like, what's that tell you?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I've seen pictures of that east wind, and them guys were walking out there, found an old Volkswagen Bug that went through, an old ship, and I mean, they're walking out there 3/4 of a mile.
That last time I went out with them, it was shit or get off the pot. This is it. If I don't go out with him this weekend, and it wasn't a great temperature day to go out at night. It was 40 degrees, but we went out. It wasn't windy. We stayed close to shore. In fact, we were trolling, watching. We were going by. We were literally could see the whites of people's eyes standing on the bank.
Right.
I mean, we weren't far out. I was watching people's television sets through their windows.
But even that in the fall, then fish come back up into that shallower water too.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's just that's a big fish bite window then.
Yeah, the second fish I caught was a 9-pound, 28-inch walleye.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And they were like, "Are you sure you don't want to get?" I forget what they were calling it, fish donkey, or they got a tournament up there, a fall brawl, something like that.
Okay.
Like, "Are you sure you don't want to get in on this brawl money tonight?" And I said, "No, I'm just here to fish for fun and get some fish in the freezer." And they're like, "Are you sure? Because we got a chance of catching something nice tonight." And then the second fish ended up being a 9-pound, 28-inch walleye. And he's like, "You know, you had a real chance of winning some money with this one tonight, just saying."
Right.
These aren't fish we catch every time we come out, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know the feeling.
Well, we've caught flatheads that would have won us a tournament
Right.
without a shadow of a doubt, a couple of different nights, but we weren't in them. Well, we're not going to enter a tournament tonight just so we can catch a big fish. Because as soon as we got money laying on something,
Yeah.
and it's usually like these are coffee can fishing tournaments I enter from time to time. You're talking $20 buy-in.
Right. The ones that are fun. Yeah. In my
Small
opinion.
Small risk.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. The only money I've ever won in a tournament is we used to go out on when we first started fishing Erie, we only went out on head boats. We didn't go out on charter or big little private charters. We always went out on head boats because they were like $35-$40 a person to go out, you know.
Right.
Cheapy rides.
Yep.
And they would always do on boat tournaments.
Yep. That's what we did too. Yeah.
Like who wants to put in what for biggest fish? Who wants to put in what for most fish? And that was always the thing. And one of the times
we always took it one step further, and we might even throw $1 or $5 in on the first keeper fish. He's not a bullhead. It don't count. You know.
Right.
You're walleye fishing. You got the first walleye keeper. You get the pull.
Right. So I ended up catching like an 8-pound, 28-inch walleye on one of those trips, and I won it all. I won the boat purse that day. That's the only time I think I've ever won money fishing ever.
No, we used to have a little side tournament here the opening day, so you'd go pay. Well, even though there's two of you in the boat, you're still only fishing for yourself. So I'd tell them, well, we got a big live well. I said, I'll tell you what, I'll just take my scissors and I'll cut this back fin off mine, not the tail, but one of the side fins, right? Well, one year, so it's pike, so it's the biggest pike in inches, not weight, length, and then the biggest limit of walleyes, and then the biggest walleye. Well, it was like $5 for each individual, because some guys didn't pike fish, so they didn't get in the pike, you know. But we went in there one day, and literally we were trolling our way back to the weigh-in, and I looked over there, and my planer board kind of drifted back like it was hooked in the weeds, and then all of a sudden my whole planer board just went under. And I said, well, that probably ain't weed. And I fought this fish and got it in the boat. It was like a 37-inch northern. And all day, the guys, hey, you guys caught a pike? No pike yet, no pike yet. So, but I had 2 walleyes. So I had the biggest limit. I had 2 walleyes over 4 pounds. So I had the biggest single walleye. And then that pike put me in there, and I took the whole wad, everything. Lock, stock, and barrel, about $470.
I'll tell you, when I caught that I think I only won like $100 that day. So not much, you know, not bragging rights money or anything. Good money for a 21-year-old.
Well, shit, yeah, man. Anytime if it's $1, hell, even me and my son and grandkids, we go out, and I'm still to this day, I'm like, all right, $1 for the first keeper, you know.
But I was smart enough back then I think I was on leave when I caught this fish. I was definitely in the Marine Corps. I was on leave. We went up to Erie. I think I had 10 days. I was home. We went up to Erie for a day. And we were all fishing on a head boat with worm harnesses or Erie Dearies, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
And everybody was using an Erie Deary or a worm harness. Like every single person was using one that day. That's the only thing that was working. That was what everyone was throwing. But I thought I hadn't really caught. I think I only caught 2 walleye that day, and one of them was that big one.
Okay.
And we had caught a small keeper. And I thought, man, what can I do that's different from everybody else? I'm like, I'm still going to throw this worm harness. He's like, and I started going through my tackle box, and I'm like, what can I add to this to make it stand out? Well, I had this giant, gaudy pink bass worm in my box, and I put that on it, and I threw it out there, and I caught this walleye like 30 seconds later, and I reeled it in, and the captain was looking at me. He's like, that is the dumbest thing I've ever seen somebody catch a trophy walleye on. And I was like, it worked.
Yeah, the old Bazooka Joe bubblegum color worm.
Yeah, I was just trying to stand out, man.
That's funny.
Yo, chat, man.
Chat's been dead. Oh, there's Josh.
I said, welcome in, way back. The chat was like, no.
Whoa. Finally, he comes in here.
Hey, Josh.
I think he's still doing his own live.
Yeah, I wondered if he was live. I looked, I didn't see him.
Well, he wasn't live when I started this one, and I've just kind of lost track of time. I was kind of waiting for 801 to come back. Must be like his last meal or something. I don't know. He must be eating like a porterhouse and a dinosaur leg or something.
Well, you know how it is at his house. He could have had people flow in too. So.
Oh, I think it's because he has 30 people in his house and he probably can't hear himself think, so he hasn't came back yet.
Right.
I know that's why. Absolutely. Man, I kind of wonder. I think yes. Go ahead.
We got to be pushing your 2-hour mark, aren't we?
2 hours and 28 minutes.
Okay.
We're pushing it. We've pushed it to the edge. But what was I going to say? You said that 80% of Lake Erie is frozen this year.
That was
Really?
Yeah. So that apparently that's not common.
It's the most frozen currently of all the Great Lakes. And
Well, yeah, I don't know that.
Yeah, and I think I would guess the average depth is 20.
Lake Michigan's working on freezing. That's not common.
I know. I'm trying to remember the depths. We'd be in 30 plus a lot, but as you come inland, there's a lot of 20. We were fishing 15 foot of water there that one night.
Sure.
So I'm trying to guess what the average depth would be. I guess would be 20 feet if I was guessing.
Well, there's that other cat fisherman guy. What's up, Jello?
There's that. We've been talking fishing. Wondering when you would come here. I know we're talking walleye fishing, but we can transition to blue cats and flatheads. Yeah, Jello suggested I go drill a hole for blue cats on Hoover. I was like, that would be an interesting concept, and I know I could probably get one through the ice. I would think a 6-inch hole would cover 15 pounds and below.
Yeah, probably.
As long as their fins, I think I'm more worried about if they stick their fins out or not, because I've seen guys struggle with that before getting them through a hole.
That's when you just gotta lip him.
Yeah, if they poke them side pecks out and they don't want to come through that hole, you're in a world of trouble. But if you start out drilling 2 6-inch holes next to each other, you probably got a good chance.
Yeah.
Which is what I would do automatically if I were to fish that lake, because there's always a potential you could catch a 30, 40, 50 there. And my God, if I had a 6-inch hole and I had a 50+ pound catfish trying to come through it, I'd be pissed.
Well, I've seen underwater footage that they did research, and up there on the red, when you get away from the dam and when it freezes over, them catfish will all migrate to the deepest hole in the system. And I mean, there'll be hundreds of them down there sitting on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And they say you got to be careful because they're really vulnerable if guys went in there just before ice up, and just because they're all positioning, you know,
Right.
you could put a hurting on the big population in a hurry.
Well, you see what I did to those poor perch this fall. I took advantage of them.
Yeah, you got to do it.
But I don't think anyone's harvested perch out of that lake in a long time, just based on the numbers. And I wasn't having too hard of a time catching them. I was getting my limit so fast I was running. I was more concerned with space in my cooler than fish I was catching.
Right.
People are like, well, bring a bigger cooler. It's like, well, try coming out here in a kayak and dragging around a 6-foot cooler.
Right. Floating it along.
Like, come on, man, live in the real world. I'm trying to have a cooler that fits on my boat, you know, and I don't need 90 perch. You know, I don't need them.
Right.
You know, 20 in a day is, especially if they're all 13, 14 inches like they were. I mean, how many do you need per day?
Well, we used to have a limit of 50, but you couldn't keep nothing under 7 inches. Well, now they've taken that away, which who would keep a 7-incher in the first place? I've seen people doing it, but and now you can only keep 25.
I don't think I've ever kept. I think the smallest perch I've ever kept is probably, I would love to say 9, but probably between 8 and 9.
Yeah, that's generally, even here when times are tough, I'll keep them from 8.5 to 10 inches if that's what seems to be there, because I want to eat them.
If they got shoulders on them is kind of my thing.
Yep, you know if they're healthy or not.
Right.
The little cigar ones that's 8 inches, but he looks like a cigar, they go back.
Right. Absolutely. Yep. I've only kept them that small if they were went belly up when I threw them back, you know.
Exactly. Swallowed the hook. Yep.
Right. If they swallow the hook, you know, it's like, well, I could feed it to the turtles or feed it to myself, but
you know, I've been there before too. I mean, here you throw one out and the seagulls are waiting. So it's 8 instantly if it's a small dead one. But
well, if you catch a perch in that body of water you've seen me catch them in, if I'm catching them in the deeper holes, you better keep them because they don't turn loose.
okay.
If I'm near the shoreline when I catch them, you can turn them loose.
Got you.
But if I'm out in the middle of the lake and you catch one, you better keep it because it's dead. It ain't going back down. No, luckily that where I'm at there's no limit. There's no size limit. There's no catch limit. There's no anything. As much as you can fit in your truck is the limit.
Well, Jess, that's because he invited me right up on the panel. So something we got in common.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I'm not complaining. It's just funny.
Mm.
'Cause normally your lives aren't about fishing, even though your whole channel's fishing.
well, I do so much. I mean, the channel's all about fishing. So if somebody wants to talk about something else, I'm
No, it's
always
great you came up.
I'm always open to it.
I think that's awesome. Matt doesn't get that very often. Somebody who can talk fish.
Well, no, there's not a lot of fishermen in our groups. They're kind of the same people over and over again.
Well,
Mhm.
that, and I think there's a few of us that's really deep in there. It's a passion too, you know.
Yeah, more like a drug.
Well, it is. It's addicting, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you were like, you want fishing or sex? I'd be like, oh boy.
Well, can't we have both?
Like, I would have to study that one for a while. Like, man,
Wow.
you know, it's one of those things.
Just bat your eyes at him, Jess. It'll all change. You'll forget all about the fishing for 1 minute.
Yeah, for 1 minute.
There's a part of me that's like, well, I guess I'm gonna have to end this marriage. And there's another part of me that's like, man, I'm just gonna have to be half a man.
Yeah. Well, I used to have a hat that said, my wife said she's going to leave me if I don't quit fishing, and I'm sure going to miss her.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss her when she's gone. I think after a while she realized, me fishing all the time is a good thing, not a bad thing.
It is. You can
No, it is. It is. It gives you that time alone to process, and you know what I mean.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I usually come back. Why? A lot of times because I fish out of a kayak, I come back tired,
Oh yeah,
Like-
sure.
but I come back happy more times than not.
That's all part of it. Even on a shitty day, even when nothing seems to go right, you always
Like-
just look forward to the days that it does work out.
That like you always say you never hear fishermen say that, like, but as if you exclusively fish out of a kayak, like you're gonna come home tired, especially if you do 10 miles of river in one day.
Absolutely.
Like people don't understand that concept. Like how are you tired after you come back from fishing? It's like, have you ever been fishing with me? Like, I'll take you for a day. I'll show you what's up.
Well,
You're like, well,
you got the wind you're dealing with, and then on a river you got the current you got to go back through, unless you got a vehicle parked down at the next crossing or something.
let's do 10 miles of river on a 30-mile-an-hour wind day. And you get back with me at the end of the day if you think it's easy or hard.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, Paul. Oh, we're staying warm.
Heck yeah, I'm inside the house. Of course I'm staying
It's a
warm.
balmy 68 degrees in here.
It's about 1 degree outside, but remember up here, Paul, it's a dry cold.
Balmy.
Yeah. Oh, I'm making fun of Walter there, the one puppet, how he talks about, they talk about Arizona. Oh, it's a dry heat after he left Florida and had swamp ass for a week.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes to Arizona and it's 115 degrees and they say, oh, but it's a dry heat.
So when I was in Okinawa, that was like a subtropical island, right? So
Okay.
we would have Black Flag days. Black Flag meant no running.
Right.
It was a risk of dehydration and getting heat stroke, heat exhaustion, all that.
Absolutely.
Didn't happen a crazy amount, but it happened frequently. Like if they raised that black flag, you couldn't run that day. So those were gym days. We went to the gym on those days. There was, like I said, it happened. I would say frequently, but not infrequently,
Well, there's days.
And when you first,
go ahead.
I was gonna say when you first got to Island, they made you wear. I forget how long it was. I want to say a month, 30 days. They made you wear a white T-shirt.
Yeah. Okay.
If you were the new fish in prison, you had to wear a white shirt because you were not acclimated to that subtropical climate there.
Yeah, and then they could keep an eye on you because your white shirt told them.
Right? Yeah, you're like, oh yeah, that's how they knew you were new. And if you were over there yakking, having a heat stroke, they're like, well, obviously he's a white shirt.
Right.
He just got here. He's not used to this climate yet. I remember just walking around, it looked like you jumped in a swimming pool, but all you really did was walk down to the local 7-Eleven to get you a 6-pack.
Yeah.
And it looked like you jumped in a swimming pool some days.
You're a sprinkler the whole way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember when I lived down by Lansing that there's sometimes in August you'd wake up and it'd be 83 was the low of the night, and you walk out in the humidity and you're sweating before you even get in the car to go to work.
Mm-hmm.
And then the air's so hot, even with the windows down, we didn't have air conditioning. Come on, only cars from Florida had air conditioning.
Right. I didn't have a car then. I wasn't allowed to have a car. One, I wasn't going to get my S10 across the Pacific Ocean.
Right, for sure.
And two, if you were considered a low-ranking Marine at the time, you were subject to having no car. They just didn't think you.
No, you weren't.
They trusted you with an M16, but not with a Buick. We'll put it that way.
Exactly.
I don't know why. Well, I kind of know why, but they didn't just want to release a bunch of 19-year-olds with cars and trucks over there.
Right.
Because I guarantee if we were allowed to drive, we would have been walking around Island trying to save up our money and buy Japanese beaters if we could.
Absolutely.
Just to get around.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we weren't allowed. We had to be, if you were E3 below, 3 ranks above and below, you had to be back on base at midnight.
Right.
And you couldn't drive a car.
Well,
now, luckily for me, I was a truck driver, so
okay.
I didn't. I at least got to drive on Island, but it was never my own stuff. In fact, here's a little throwback picture for you. I don't think I've ever showed this. I'm gonna go in the kitchen and show this.
Back when you're on back.
Yeah, back in my Jack days. Don't know if the camera's gonna show it well, but we'll try. How do I make this?
Well, you're driving a Deuce there, aren't you? 6x6?
7-ton.
Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah. Man, no wonder Jess found you handsome. What happened?
I got fat and old. Those are the tires, so you could see my shoulders, or maybe my neck kind of clear where the bed would be.
Yeah.
But yeah, there you go. That was our motor pool. Those are the trucks I drove.
Okay. Yeah, that's a machine.
He sure was.
Oh yeah, that's 200 push-ups a day, Matt. There,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
of course. Jess like, oh, your arms.
I loved your arms.
How do I? Okay, there we go. Yeah, that version of myself would laugh at me today. Be like, what a pussy.
I hear
Hey,
you.
mate, are you telling me you did a 2-mile run and you walked a quarter mile of it today?
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing? Falling out, you sissy?
Right. I know when I used to log, we cut with chainsaws, and my wife would be like, I'd just flex up. She'd be like, oh, Popeye. Oh, shit, Popeye. Now that Popeye muscle hangs down below. I thought it was supposed to stay up top, but
Oh. Oh, man. Yeah, it'd be nice to see good old Mike Friday. I haven't seen him since when? When was the last time we were up there? Oh, when was your dad's funeral? When was that?
Over.
October. So I ain't seen him since October. It's been.
you guys didn't get together at Christmas or nothing?
Nope.
My mom came here for Thanksgiving.
Her mom came here for Thanksgiving and we didn't
right.
go up there.
Mom
Yep.
came there. That's right.
So usually,
We
yeah,
alternate holidays.
we've always, since we've been married, we've been up there for one of the two.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is the first year where we did neither.
That's because mom.
See,
But yeah.
Just because my
Yeah,
dad passed.
that was the same with us when we first moved here. We'd take the kids down because both of our parents lived within 10 miles of each other. So we'd go down for Thanksgiving and then hang out and see all the family members. And then we just stayed home at Christmas because the weather's crazy. We went down for a couple of them, but we got caught in some whiteouts that's just the last place on the planet you wanted to be,
Right.
turns a frickin' 6-hour drive into 13.
Oh, yeah. We've had some of those.
Yeah, you're on the expressway going 25 and you can't see nothing.
I think this drive Friday is going to take me an extra hour.
I'm sure, depending on the conditions.
Well, I think they're worse here than they are there. So I think it's going to be worse getting out of here. Usually it's the other way around, right? There's been times before where I left here, no snow, went through northern Indiana and didn't see a scrap of snow until I was well past the Pier Michigan sign.
Right. So when you come up, do you run 131 all the way up, or?
No, what would that be? I-9?
Oh, so
Five?
you're running 96 up.
96, I-96.
Okay, okay.
So yeah, they're western Michigan. So I'm coming west and north.
Okay.
You
So
come up.
you run 96 to Grand Rapids and go up?
I run 96 to Charlotte,
Yep.
Yep.
and then I cut over whatever road Charlotte is, and I cut over, what would that be,
Yeah,
north?
We get off in Charlotte, and then it's kind of, we cut through like Ionia and all that.
Ionia.
Oh, okay. So you run 66 up from Charlotte.
Yeah.
Yeah, Charlotte and
Yeah.
Ionia.
Go through Grand Rapids.
Yeah, Stanton. You run through all them birds. Sheridan.
Yep.
Sheridan.
Yeah. Then you get up to Marion.
Yeah, I think
You're right. You're quoting the wrong person here. I see these.
That's too far.
Yeah,
Marion's further north? Yeah, I
Where
guess
is
it
that?
would be. You're right. Because US 10 and 115 run into Cadillac.
Yeah,
Which is
that's
north.
too far.
yeah. Cadillac and Greenville you're pretty much there.
Well,
Greenville.
Greenville's M57.
So we get off shortly after Sheridan. We're not on very much longer.
Got you.
Yeah, they don't live too far from Sheridan.
Okay. Okay, I got you.
Well, I already said Marley.
Morley?
Morley.
That's what
Yeah,
Mike-
Morley. Yeah, okay.
Morley's the destination.
Morley's further. My mom lives right now in Coral.
Yeah, which she'll be moving to Sparta.
Uh-huh.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's where she bought her new house. So that'll be better for her. Sparta's a nice little town, and
Which I've never been to Sparta. I've drove by it. I don't think I've ever been there.
Yeah,
Well, the only real reason I'm familiar with a lot of that is not only fishing, but when I was a logger, we covered all of the lower peninsula from about, I don't know, Cadillac south, even into Ohio a little bit. So from the
All right.
east to the west and up to about as high as, like I said, I never went much north of Cadillac because the timber is smaller.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, there's a lot more pulp timber north. You start getting into the tulip poplars, aspen, pine trees, and we were primarily hardwood cutters, oak.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We cut hardwood, so hard maple.
Gotcha.
Then you're familiar with my whole neck of the woods then, if you're along.
Well, you're formerly from Saugatuck in
I
Holland,
was
though.
born in
All
Holland.
of that, yeah, all of that. Water
Oh,
Valley, all of that, all the way up through there.
Yeah.
Kalamazoo, Battle Creek, Jackson.
I went to college at Western there in Kalamazoo.
Yeah.
That's where I graduated from. And then, yeah, I pretty much lived in Holland and Saugatuck until I moved here
Yeah.
in Kalamazoo.
Just remember, she's the expert. I'm simply a visitor.
an
I'm a
expert.
visitor, Uber.
I know.
Yeah,
the
yeah, I got it.
pretty well, and a little bit of, but it's still Northwest.
I'm aware of. I know as much about Michigan as a guy can that goes up there 2-3 times a year.
Right. I got you. Well, that'd be no different than me coming into your region. I don't know nothing about it,
Right. I know my way around Morley and
Right,
that
right.
area now because I've been there, and they haven't changed where they lived over the years. So I've kind of grown familiar with the area based off of my 2-3 visits a year to the same place.
Sure.
But I could still get lost if I go, if you take my GPS away and you send me 20 miles in one direction, I'm fucked.
Well, the problem is that this is one thing a lot of people don't understand is that without a compass or something, you start driving around all them little lakes you're talking about, and they curve around. All of a sudden, you lose your sense of direction.
Mm-hmm.
You come to a stop sign, you're like, well, do I go right or do I go left? And well, we'll go right. Well, then you realize, well, that just takes you to another series of lakes. And the next thing you know, you're 45 miles away from where you started.
Oh yeah, I could get lost in my own state depending on where I go. Now I have become more familiar with my own state because of this job I currently have.
Sure.
Because I have to drive extreme hours and distance from my job, but you know, there's still parts of the southeast and parts of the northeast that I'm not real familiar with still. Like if you put me up around Cleveland, I'm lost.
Right.
You put me down, you know, around anywhere outside of Meigs County in southeast Ohio, I could get lost too. And that's a lot of up and down, left and right zigzag roads down there.
Well,
Foothill
that
Mountains.
was me even growing up right west of Lansing. I knew Lansing real well, but if I went into Grand Rapids, I mean, I'd get on 28th Street and go to Valley Truck. I could get there because we bought a lot of parts for the semis there. And a lot of times they'd send me because nobody else wanted to do it. Well, that 28th Street, that's just traffic stoplight after stoplight. There's no real simple way to get in except suffer.
Right.
But, you know, I was familiar with getting in and out of there, but to go outside of that in the town of Grand Rapids, no, I'll just stay on 131, go through the S curves and head out. You know what's funny? Because I cut a job right off the Russell Street exit when they were building Six Flags, the amusement park there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I remember driving by and saying, oh, they're turning dirt. There's equipment. The next thing you know, hey, let's take the kids to Six Flags. I don't think it was Six Flags when it opened, but.
What is that other one that was up there? Amazing something?
There's only one. It's Michigan's Adventure.
Michigan's Adventure. That's the one you're.
Adventure. That's what it used to be, right?
Yeah. Did they change the name?
Well, I thought it went to Six Flags after that, but I could be wrong.
It might be Uper. I haven't been there in so many years. We used to go there when I was a kid.
Right. That's what I mean. I was cutting timber when that place got built.
Man, that's a long time ago. You're dating yourself.
Yeah. Well, again, I remember cutting timber on them great big hills. There's ski slopes over there and shit. And it's like, you look down, you cut a tree, it goes a long way. And we use cable skidders. So you're pulling the tree back all the way back up to half the mountain, you could call it. And
jeez.
Drive straight up it. You had to go all around and come through the valleys of them to get down to the landings and stuff, you know. But
yeah, because that's right by Muskegon.
right, exactly.
So you got all the dunes and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Rough
crazy.
road exit.
Yeah, we went there probably once a year when I was growing up. I'm sure it's changed so much since I've been there.
Oh,
It was bought out. It was bought out by Cedar Point, I thought.
Oh, yeah, it's been a long time. I mean, we took our kids there when they were little, and I mean, the water slides were the new thing when
Yep.
last time I was there. But
Same. I remember when they built that, put in the water park, and that was a huge deal. But
my kids loved it. But I
Oh,
will
yeah.
tell you, some of them old wooden coasters, boy, they are shaky. Holy, they're
Oh.
rough compared to the steel ones.
oh, I know. My daughter was talking about that actually the other day. She's like, I will not get on a wooden coaster. She's like, I hate those things. And I don't blame her. They're kind of scary.
Well,
We
they're
got a
risky
couple
and they're
here.
rough.
Yeah, we've got like Kings Island, and they have some huge wooden coasters. And man,
Well, Peter Boyd did too. I don't know if even some of them in the back are still there, but after riding the newer ones like the Dragon and all them, when they were up there, you're sitting underneath the rail on that one. But we'd go back there, and I forget the name of that big coaster that was in the back corner. Oh my God, it just jar you around. You'd be slamming shoulders into each other, and
Talking about Cedar Point or Kings Island?
Cedar Point,
Could be
Cedar
wooden.
Point.
wooden.
Oh, wooden?
Yeah.
Man, I don't.
I don't know
I
Cedar
see.
Point
We don't
well.
know Cedar Point as well as we do Kings Island, but we've been there twice.
Yeah, we've ridden every coaster they have.
Yeah, we've probably ridden it, but I can't remember the name.
yeah, I don't either. The last time I was there was when the praying mantis and all that was new.
Yep, I remember that one.
Shit, man, that stand up, you stand up, come to that edge. I've
Millennium-
never been afraid of heights, but I will be honest, when that thing broke over that edge, I closed my eyes.
Yeah, Millennium Force is
Same.
like that. That's the one coaster when you're on the lake fishing. You can pick out where Millennium Force is because it's just a big. It looks like an arch.
Right.
You see, yeah. I think that's their tallest coaster
Yeah,
still.
well, the Magnum was the biggest one when I was there, and you had a speed of like 72 mile an hour, and they shoot you through an oxygen tunnel halfway down. And
Yeah.
all your pictures are taken when you go through that tunnel.
Right.
That was pretty cool. We were, the kids, how we drive from here and go all the way down there, stay the night, and then we'd be at the park the minute it opened. And we'd spend the whole day in there. We'd take a break, but then we'd stay and watch the light show and, all that fireworks afterwards. And it made for a long day, man.
Well, when
Oh,
when the fishing's slow, we'll sit there and watch the coasters go up and down all day.
Yeah.
We used to road trip too when I was in college, not as far as you, Kalamazoo, Cedar Point, but me and all my friends, we'd do that too. We'd rent just a cheap motel room,
Yep.
spend the whole day there. That was a blast, though. It was a great time. Matt and I did one year, I think it was our 10th wedding anniversary. We stayed the night in a nicer hotel and got the fast passes so we could ride every single coaster.
Yeah, it makes
Yeah.
sense for us because we don't go there, but every 10
Well, there was
years.
just two of us.
Right.
It was our
Yeah,
anniversary.
that's what we did too. We got the fast pass, so we just, same way though. The last time when we took our kids to Disney down in Florida, holy cow, the tickets were $1.25 a piece for one
Mhm.
park.
Yep.
Jeez. We've never been to Disney.
Oh, we're dropping $300 going to.
Oh, if we bring our kids?
No, just me and you.
Oh, yeah.
Me and you are
Yeah.
dropping $300 going up there.
Absolutely. And
Well,
I mean, back then, man, $300, a lot of money.
it's a ton of money.
Yeah, bringing our kids would have been like
Oh.
talking about getting in that neighborhood of $1,000 for a day.
Well, and that was a
Yeah,
long
for
time
sure.
ago. We weren't even all old enough to ride rides. That would have just been a waste.
I don't know too many people that can afford to just drop $1,000 on a 1-day experience.
No, I've seen some videos on YouTube where a couple with 2 kids went in there, and by the time the day got over, they'd spent $1,400 to $1,700 with food and everything. And I'm like,
Oh yeah.
Especially
whoa, I worked
Yeah, we
way
used to be cheap.
for my money.
We used to be cheap bastards back in the day. We'd go out in the parking lot, eat a bologna sandwich, and come back in.
That's what my mom always did too. She
Absolutely.
packed an ice chest, put it out in the car.
I'm like, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to eat a $37 hamburger.
No, we had one of them reversible coolers that you can plug in the cigarette lighter and you can make it heat or cool. So we had sodas, everything in the parking lot.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, they'd buy their cotton candy or whatever, that type of stuff. But yeah, to sit down and eat in there was ridiculous, even back then.
Yeah, they know that too. It's just
Oh,
like
they
a movie
know.
theater popcorn. They know where their money's going to get made. It's going to be made in ticket sales and food.
Yeah.
Well, kids, they have like all the carnival games and crap too.
Yeah, and the games too.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, because there's some people terrified of getting on them big rides.
I'll just say, hey, kids, when we get home, I'll go to the dollar store and you can have the biggest teddy bear you've ever seen in your life.
Right,
I don't have to throw a basketball 90 feet to get it.
right.
Not the same, man.
No, I know, but yeah, I get it, we used to have there the Ionia Free Fair. That used to be the big fair in our area. I mean, the fairs had come to the Lansing Mall, but the Ionia Free Fair was the big attraction in August when I was a kid. And
That's where me and Jess met for the first time.
Yep.
was it really?
Yeah, the Ionia State Fair.
The Ionia
Yeah.
Free Fair.
Yep, that's where we first met.
Well, that's a big deal in Michigan, man. That
Oh,
used
yeah,
to be the big thing.
I'll tell you what, though, I like the fair in Big Rapids better.
Well, yeah, there were better fairs with better rides, in my opinion, but it was just the whole thing. I mean, you had glass blowers there. Remember coming home with a Coke bottle that was 3 feet tall? That the,
That was the
Yeah.
time where you weren't trying to put the moves on me. That was just Hello, how are you? See you later.
Just hanging out
We were just hanging out then.
because you're with my
Right.
brother.
Right. I was just like, oh, yeah,
Alex,
that's
there's-
Mike's sister. Hey, how you doing? That was it. That was all that was, that trip. That's the first time I met the whole family.
Yeah, because we all went.
Yeah.
Mom, Dad, me, you, and Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's basically my wife. I worked for her dad. Well, I worked in the shop, and of course, the house was up the hill, and the kids, the girls were forbidden to come to the shop because of the shop talk. You know what I mean? And that's no kidding. Well, and they had a fur shed because they bought furs too, and then next to that was another building that had all the horse feed and everything in it. So I'd watch my wife come down and get her stuff, go out back, feed the horses, whatever. And one spring day, we were out there working on one of the front end loaders, and she come down with her mom. They had a flat tire, and so her dad said, "Well, hey, just pull it over there, shop. Robert will change it real quick." So I did, and I talked to her and her mom for a minute, and they left. And like you said, for a year, it was just I'd wave, "Hey, how you doing?" Well, back then I had hair down to my ass, so she was scared to death of me, man. Goddamn hippie.
Like, I bet he's got weed on him.
Oh yeah, weed smoking, just scared to death, and I don't blame her. But
Wow.
time went by, she realized and of course I'm one of them guys that was always singing, and it's so funny because her mom's like, "Wow, he's got a really nice voice." She's like, "Really, Mom?"
See, I was on leave, so I think I was just content back then to just be away from the grind at the time. So just going on rides, and that was maybe my first trip to Michigan. I think I'd been to Cabela's up there in Dundee before, but that was really my first time hanging out there too.
Okay.
So I was just taking in the sights back then. I didn't have dating on my mind at that point because I was still in.
Well, that was my problem because even back then when I wasn't working, I was hunting or fishing. And
Right.
so, I mean, I remember standing there talking to her. One of our first conversations, we're just having idle talk. And I'm like, "No, I like to hunt and fish. That's what I do."
Yep.
And she said, "Oh, well, my dad likes to hunt." And I'm thinking, I've known your dad for a couple years, and her dad's idea was to get in the truck and drive to Colorado for a week, a year. And then they'd go up there to Waukesha's Point, up there on the tip of the Mitt, and they'd camp in that Waukesha's campground for a week, and they'd wade in the shallows and catch smallmouth. So I'm thinking, yeah, your dad don't know what hunting and fishing is. He's a workaholic,
I'll say, like, when Jess actually took an interest in me the second time, I had just bought that auger we're talking about, and then I was putting it together, and she said, "You were so much more into that stupid auger than you were me." I was like, "Yeah, I just bought the damn thing, and I'm trying to put it together."
Yeah.
My brother's like, "Yeah, no, yeah, you put that part in, you put the little clip in there." And, we were just trying to figure that thing out. Meanwhile, she's trying to put on a show for me.
Right.
And I was like, "Yeah, that's great. Let me
That's
put
funny.
this ice auger together."
Well, at that point, you don't really know which direction life's taking you anyway,
I like, "Listen, lady, I came up here to go fishing."
Right. Yep, that'd be me.
This is the first time I've stood on 12 inches of solid ice. Yeah, we pretty much just played the how many beer cans can we stack in the shanty that weekend, but
And yeah, I've been there too. Man, I'm glad them days are over.
oh my God.
Oh,
She unzipped that freaking shanty and beer cans fell out. She's like, "Are you guys catching anything?" And we're like, "Yeah."
yeah, it's called a buzz.
It's like, "Where are you guys pissing at?" We're like, "Down the hole."
I'll never forget once we come all stumbling off the lake. There was about 5 or 6 of us out there. And of course, we're the last ones off. We've been drinking all day and had a good old time. Well, we're walking off. And of course, a couple of my buddies are pretty big guys, not fat, just big, And we're walking along. Well, somebody had cut a spear hole and it froze over with a dust of snow. And one guy stepped in and he's like, "Whoa!" And he kind of quick stepped. Well, the second guy went through right up to his armpits because it was only water, but nobody's seen it coming. And By the time we got to the truck, he was froze solid from his freaking chest down.
Oh man.
We literally took him out of his clothes and freaking, we gave him some garments. He put his Carhartts and stuff in the truck and they were solid. It was like a body laid back there.
The only time I fell through the ice chooper, I was lucky because one, I only fell through the ice to my knees because I fallen through right near the shore.
Right.
And it was only, whatever up to my knee is, 2 feet, 2.5 feet. So I fell through and we were leaving. So it wasn't a day ender, it was just a day make badder, day make worse, or whatever you want to call it.
Right. Yeah. Well, this poor bastard, back then, them old GMs, they had 2 levers that give your heat control, your slid or floor and defrost, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, well, that cable had broke on his heat one and it only went about halfway. So the heat in it was just lukewarm. It wasn't hot. I should have got out and opened the hood and moved that thing by hand, but I didn't think much about it. But so he rode all the way home and borrowed clothes with hardly any heat on him.
Mm.
I mean, barefooted with a sock because his boots were full of water. We laughed and he sucked it up because we were all so drunk. And we took the dirt roads all the way. We didn't even dare to go out to the highway, man.
Oh man, I was so dumb. Like when I was probably 16, 17, we would do the cold water plunge bullshit, whatever you want to call it. We'd jump in the water late November just to see how it was.
Oh, the old polar plunge.
Yeah, the old polar bear jump in, just being stupid teenagers. We'd jump in and like, I bet you can't swim across that frozen river, and stuff like that,
Oh, yeah. We had one of them in our winter fest here for years, and they'd go cut a big hole in the ice with a chainsaw, and then they'd have a ladder there. And of course, the ambulance and all the first responders would be standing there because some people, I mean, it's a shock. There's some people that their heart would go almost into cardiac and they thought they were healthy,
Of course, it didn't happen that at that time there was a show called Jackass going around.
Oh, yeah.
When I was in high school that came out right as I was in high school. And we copied some things, we'll put it that way.
Yep, I know a few younger people when that come out that were doing that stupid shit too.
Just trying to be as stupid as we could.
I'm like, yeah, Jackass.
That's the name of the game. Like, don't try this at home means try this at home. Now, one thing I do know is if you jump in a lake in late November around here, you better get to shore quick because your arms and your legs are going to seize up. I found that out that day.
Yeah, because your organs take all the blood.
Mm-hmm. And I only jumped off the end of a dock, so I didn't have far to swim back to shore, and it was only a 4 or 5 foot lake. So
yeah,
it was one of those things where I wasn't really in any crazy danger, but it was numbing cold.
Yeah, it's crazy if you ever put one of them suits on like the fire department has for ice water rescuing.
Mm-hmm.
It is amazing what that does, man. I mean, you don't even realize you're in that ice cold water.
Oh, yeah.
But we've had state police divers have to come recover a body where the snowmobile went down. And, they're just in a wetsuit.
What?
Oh, yeah. We take the shittiest bike we had. I'm talking somebody's sister's bike with tassels on it, ride it off the end of a dock into the deep end of the lake just to get it on video back then.
Well, see, we did that. Well, we had a rope on it so we could pull it back out and do it again. We'd make jumps and
we would just hang on to the bike and swim it back to shore because we
tried that a few times too. But when we went to an area and it was like 20 foot deep, so a couple guys would jump in and help you because the air in the tire actually did help make it float.
Yeah. Yeah, we had my grandpa. You remember the big camcorders that you put up on your shoulder?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's what we were walking around with back then. We thought we were tough shit.
No kidding.
Yeah. There's a VHS out there that I wish I knew still existed because it's got some stupid shit on it.
Well, see, that's some of these old clips that you see me post. They're from my old tape. These are off tapes. I finally bought the thing to convert it to HD, but I've even got one over there that's even older than that I don't know if I could hook up and recover some of that video. But
I mean, everything from let me shoot you with a paintball gun from 3 feet away to jump off a fucking dock in November off of
Right.
a ramp, jumping out of a pine tree 30 feet just to hit the ground.
I know it's crazy. We used to climb up them little skinny whip trees right to the end that bowed over, right? And
I
ride
think-
it down.
I think that camera gave us courage or something, because we would do just astronomical stuff, shooting each other with Roman candles on camera,
Yep, all of the above. Yep.
just being stupid teenage 16-year-olds, you know.
There's so many times I wish a camera would have been sitting there when we were fishing. Just unreal, because I mean, we're sitting on the river catfishing one night, 3 of us, and my brother-in-law, me, my brother-in-law, and his brother. And of course, we had the bells. We just had our rods leaned on a forked stick, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, "Oh, I got to use the bathroom." And well, we knew it wasn't pee because he didn't just stand up. He trotted off into the bushes and keep an eye on my pole. All of a sudden, we hear ding, ding, and we look down there. Well, he's about 30 yards from us. And the stick tipped over and the pole bent, and away it went. He come back. You should have seen the look on his face. We're just sitting there like nothing happened. And he comes back. Well, you guys, he thought for sure we'd pulled a prank on him, but we didn't. Well, we ended up casting and actually caught the line, and the fish wasn't on it, but he got his rod and reel. And my brother goes, or my brother-in-law looks over there and he goes, "Yeah, I think you got a nibble," but his damn rod was gone.
We used to have BB gun wars. Did you ever do that?
Oh, man, dude.
Hey, we're wearing winter coats, so it shouldn't hurt. We'd go out in the woods wearing winter coats thinking, oh, this is like a bulletproof vest wearing a winter coat against the BB. And yeah, it's okay as long as you get shot in the jacket.
Exactly.
You got shot in the jacket, that was good. That's where you wanted to aim. But sometimes it went high, and I shot the glasses off of one of my friend's faces one time.
Really?
Yeah, I was so glad he was wearing glasses, because he definitely would have took one in the eye. He'd be One Eye Willie today if he didn't have those on. Oh yeah, there's a couple of friends of mine. They probably couldn't go through a metal detector nowadays.
Right.
Probably still have BBs in them, pellets, whatever.
I know we used to have wars with the neighbors then, because we'd cut these sticks down and sharpen them, and we'd put a green apple on that and just launch them at each other,
Mhm.
using the stick. And you'd be surprised how far you could lob a green apple.
The funnest thing was,
we were all little bastards, so we were grounded. We couldn't go play football or something in the neighbor's yard. We had to stay in our own yard, so we just freaking were 75 yards, 80 yards apart, and we'd just be ripping apples at each other all day for something to do.
well, back when paintball was, I guess you would say, more popular than it is maybe today, we would go, and my buddy's dad owned a salvage yard, just all kinds of old cars stacked on top of each other, school buses, everything you could think of in this salvage yard. We'd play paintball wars in this with 7, 8, 9 guys.
Perfect.
And we were hiding in school buses, hiding in cars, stacked three on top of each other, like sitting in the passenger side waiting for somebody to walk by and snipe them with a paintball gun.
Right.
That's fun. That I do. I remember it stung. Of course, getting hit in the neck or something point blank sucked, but it was a lot of fun.
Oh, the first time I ever went to one of the guys I went with he had just a mesh on, that camel mesh over
Mhm.
his head, and somebody actually shot one at him, and he turned and it hit him right in the lower ear. And I'm telling you, he had a cauliflower ear in no time.
Oh
And the
yeah,
other guy got shot in the ankle, and his ankle's all swelled up. I'm like, dude, I don't know if I want to get involved in this without some safety equipment.
Oh yeah, we had goggles. We were at least smart enough when we up for whatever reason when we played shoot each other with BB guns in the woods. It was okay to not wear goggles, but we're like, well, with these paintballs, we're going to be a little more loose with the ammo and shooting each other wherever. So we're going to wear goggles. We were smart enough to wear those. Oh my God, we had the mask, we had everything back then.
Yeah, you have to after a point because some of them places that had them setups, they wouldn't even let you go in there without safety gear.
I never played on an actual course. We always just played in the freaking junkyard. I mean, now you can't beat a junkyard for a paintball.
Oh, absolutely not. That'd have to be the best. They had one here. They had one here, of course, here, and it actually was in a guy's private junkyard, but he had a whole bunch of the old dumpsters and the old fuel oil barrels and all that shit. And they had a pretty good turnout for about 2 years, and then it just kind of, things change, people move on.
Cheryl, we weren't smart enough to wear cups, believe it or not. If you got shot in the balls, that was a day ruiner.
Oh, buddy. Man down. Medic.
Now, if we were playing in the colder months, you had a little extra padding wearing Carhartts and, maybe
Chris, no.
a pair of sweatpants underneath. It wouldn't hurt so bad, but still hurt.
No.
That fucking paintballs hurt way worse than a BB. I know that.
My brother used
I
to.
know my son-in-law got into that airsoft gun when they had them ranges, and he, of course, he's one of them guys, so he worked his way up into the biggest, baddest long gun you could buy. Well, when he'd go to some of these meets, he would literally, because they limited his to how close he could be or what part of the, and he had an official with him the whole time because he could really mess you up at point blank range. And I'm like, why? Why don't you just go with the flow like everybody else? And why do you got to have something that will break bare skin?
Absolutely. I was just remembering we had in 29 Palms when we were training for Iraq, we played with I want to say we had plastic magazines that held paintball rounds in them.
Okay.
That we would shoot out of an M16. They hurt like a bitch too.
Oh, I bet.
And we were playing for real kind of then. That was, we can't shoot each other with live rounds, but we could shoot each other with paintballs, and that was the idea.
Yeah, you're right, Cheryl, because most guys, I look at a girl, I'm like, I can't just shoot her point blank, and then she whips around and shoots you right in the chest point blank.
Hell no, everybody's fair game in a paintball war.
Well, you learn that after you get capped right in the brisket.
No, we didn't take it easy. I don't know.
No more. If you're here, you can take it like the rest of us. No,
we might have had one, like somebody's sister play one time, but I think it was mostly male dominated.
Yeah, for the most part, but you always get one of them farm girls or somebody that's really.
I was gonna say, yeah, somebody's sister might have played a few rounds.
Sure.
Oh shit! How much longer you want to go up here, Uper?
Hey, it's your channel.
All right, I'm
fuck, man.
11.
Yeah.
I said 2 hours and we're at 3:19.
Well, that's what happens. You get me going, I can talk all damn night, especially.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. I'll go as long as you want. They got me a fresh beer here.
Well, let me go refill my glass of water then, and I'll come back.
All right.
Yeah, you've been going since what, 7?
More beer up here. For once, I don't have much of anything going on tomorrow.
It's my birthday.
Oh, that's right.
You already forgot.
Well, that's going to be later in the day, though.
I mean, it starts in the morning.
Well, I know, but we're not going to do anything in the morning.
Yeah, be nice to me tomorrow. That'll be hard enough.
Yeah. Treat you like a princess tomorrow.
You know, you gotta go get ice cream. I don't have any ice cream for the cake your daughter's supposed to make.
I'll take care of it. Cheryl says, "Happy birthday, Jess."
Thank you. It is almost my birthday. 1 hour.
Yeah, 1 hour. You'll be 67 years old.
Shut up. 43. 43.
403 years old.
403. And I'm the baby of my family.
So Moses was your daddy, or
Yeah, pretty much.
if you're 403?
Stop it.
She was 403. Oh, God. She'd have a revolutionary dad, right?
29.
No, it'd be further than that. Fur trader days.
29 years old.
Yeah, all you women are 29 forever.
I've been 29 and holding, trying, but I'm not sure what I'm holding on to.
Hey, there's a lot of things I like about getting older. The older I get, the less I have to do.
Well, the only bitch is that when you get, there comes a point like myself where holy shit, my body hurts so bad some days I just can't force myself to do it, you know.
Not many people ask me to move couch up the stairs anymore.
Right.
Our son doing it.
Yeah, I'm like, well, I got a 17-year-old son that can help.
Exactly.
That's true too. We use our son quite a bit for things like that.
You know, I don't. I used to build custom half log picnic tables, and I'd do a sale, and I'd tell them, "Hey, deliver it anywhere on the island," and then I'd call up my boy and some of his buddies.
Yep.
Although I do get the haul,
They'd carry it around, but
I'm not looking forward to hauling this refrigerator 6 hours this weekend, but hey, it's free.
right.
We need a bigger
And we need this fridge worse than you'll ever know.
I mean, we've been at one of those points where we buy a new fridge, but our fridge still works. So, you know, why are you going to buy a new fridge? But this fridge is free and it's
Right.
bigger than our fridge. So,
Right.
Yeah. We always bitch about having a cramped refrigerator because we're trying to cram 5 people's worth of groceries in it at all times, and it doesn't always work out.
Absolutely. I know the feeling.
oh my gosh, it's so piled up in there. You open it, you move something, and half the stuff falls out.
Yeah, because you got all your condiments and everything else in there too.
Yes.
Yeah, this
exactly.
this
And then
fridge
you
is
have
going to
leftovers and
this one's going to alleviate that.
when I get groceries, I usually get groceries for a week, you know, a meal plan. So I have a week's worth of dinners and, you know, lunches and everything else all crammed in there. And it's a lot.
Yeah, you got 5 people, so you got to have some goods.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, especially between, you know, Matt and our son, especially our son. And we usually wind up with a couple stragglers from the high school over here.
Yeah, that's pretty common to have.
Feeding
too.
Jerry's kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost always. We got
So-
one, our son's friend. He just walks in the front door now.
Yep,
Doesn't even
he does not.
Comes in. Like, hey. All right.
Any hour of the night, he's allowed to just walk in our door.
Yeah, he came over to spend the night at 11 o'clock the other night. Just walked in.
Oh, I remember a time both of my kids would have all the neighboring kids around, and there'd be frickin' 10, 12 kids in there, and they'd be going, and finally we're like, all right, go outside. You know, you guys are too loud. And it's so funny because so they're all kind of single file and heading outside, and Gary, one of my son's friends, good kid, he stops, he opens the refrigerator. My wife's like, Gary, what are you doing? He looks, hey, I'm hungry.
Yeah. We used to go over to my neighbor's house all the time, and now it's like karma. We go over to my neighbor's house and eat every cookie in their house, not thinking anything of it. Now I'm like, oh, I get it. That's a bad thing to do.
Yeah,
Well,
kids come over here. They know I'm the food mom. There's always something.
Well, we'd go to the city because, again, like you say, I'm so far from the city that there'd be times that we'd go to like Gordon's and we'd buy everything in bulk containers and then we'd separate it. But we'd get up there and like one of them stores that have a sale on them frozen pizzas, right? They're $1.25 a piece, $1.50 a piece. We'd buy this big stack of them frozen pizzas and put them in the big freezer. And holy shit, I come home one day and they're all cooking pizzas and I'm like, okay. And well, they're sitting at the table and each one of them got a pizza. And I'm like, and they're eating all. And I go, God. I go, you guys act like that cardboard pizza's a steak. They're like, oh, that's so good. I'm like, really?
I remember my neighbor's mom bought like 9 boxes of Girl Scout cookies one time.
Oh,
And there was
boy.
like 6 of us over at his house playing video games, and we ate all of them. And
Oh,
her
but
mom came up, storming up in the attic, like, "Did you even taste them? Did you even taste them?"
right?
Hey, boys.
Hold on, let me. Hold on. Well, between cigarettes, we're not supposed to have up here in the attic. They were pretty good.
Right. That's too funny because, yeah, my boy's the same way with his friends, man. My wife would make like oatmeal no bakes and they'd be in this great big Tupperware and hell, there'd be a ton of them. I'd come home and open that lid, there's crumbs.
Yeah. Yeah, we'd be just going through people's refrigerators that take a name of whatever friend's house you're at.
Right. Right.
It's here all the time. She comes in here and goes straight for the snacks.
Oh yeah.
Straight for them.
Yep. We have a snack basket here that gets raided constantly.
Oh, absolutely. They look
Cookies last 6 seconds in this house.
Yeah, they look
What?
forward to that when they come around. They know it's there. Hell, I remember I had friends the same way when I first walk in. Oh, hey, I'm like, no, I'm all right. Trying to be all polite. 10 times later, I walk in the door. She'd say, hey, Robert, there's some treats over there. I'd be putting stuff in my pockets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not considered theft as long as you're at your buddy's house.
Right.
Oh, yeah, right in front of me. I mean, I'll be in the kitchen. They just hightail it. I'm like, all right, then.
Oh, that first time I made deer jerky this year, I made it was 14 pounds of lean meat into jerky, and it didn't last a week
No, man.
because I had 3 teenage boys in my house for one fucking night, and
Absolutely.
it just got vacuum cleanered. Like, are you gonna make any more? It's like, well, shit, man, I made 14 pounds.
Yeah, I gotta agree, Cheryl. That just don't sound right to me.
Thin Mint Girl Scout cookies, Pop-Tarts.
That sounds disgusting, Carol.
Well, I'll be honest. I do support them if they're around. Somebody comes around because we don't have Girl Scout chapters here, but sometimes visitors will come and their girls are in a Girl Scout. Hey, would you like to buy some cookies? I'm like, yeah, it's for a good cause. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, them cookies are not the cookie they used to be 30 years ago.
Oh, no.
The size and the volume.
No, it's just like anything else. It's more money, less cookies.
And the recipe's changed. It is not the same recipe, I promise you.
No, I doubt it.
They're not nearly as good. We do the same. I'll buy them from the Girl Scouts.
Yeah, if we see them out, yeah, we'll get them.
Boy Scouts popcorn hasn't changed. I still like.
They don't come to the door much anymore.
No, they're at the Kroger.
They're at the store. They usually set up at the store smartly. Gonna get more business.
My granddaughters are in basketball, whatever, maybe some soccer, but so they call, hey, Grandpa, we're having a fundraiser because we're going to do this and that, and we're selling caramel covered apples. I'm like, okay. I said, well, have you talked to Grandma? Well, not yet. I'm like, well, I'll tell you what, put me in for $20 worth. Really? I said, yep. And then call Grandma. Don't tell her you talked to me. Well, so the apples get here, they deliver the apples, and holy shit, man, they were like the most beautiful green Granny Smith covered. They were killer. They were about $5-6 an apple, but it was for a good cause. So,
Jeez.
Oh yeah, our kids do the fundraiser. We got pie fundraiser we just had. There's they do cookie dough. all that. So, well, our daughter's got to go on a Washington D.C. trip next year.
Mhm.
That's going to be about $1,200.
I'm always impressed with the kids' trips all the time. I took one trip out of state when I was in high school, and it was just because we were in an occupational class to train for the outdoors and stuff. And the only reason I got to go on that trip because I fell into one of 6 students that had perfect attendance and straight A's at the time. And that was the only reason I was allowed to go at all. And I had to fund my own plane ticket.
See, and I never had that opportunity when I was in school to do anything big, like go to DC or nothing like that. Only the high school valedictorians and those got an option to go, you know.
Yeah, well, we're talking about 6 kids out of a class of, 60 or 70.
Now our
Right.
you have to pay for it. So they'll have some fundraisers you can do to offset it. But our school does the entire 8th grade towards the end of the school year. They'll take charter buses and get a whole floor of hotel rooms
Yeah.
and then like go to everything in DC. They're there for almost a week.
Yeah, one of my granddaughters did that a year ago, I guess.
Yeah.
With the whole school and the bus and
I
You have to pay for it. I mean, it's not cheap.
well, they worked for it too, you know. They did a bunch of different type of fundraisers.
Yeah. Exactly.
So did we. Yeah, we had to fundraise part of the trip, and then you had to. I don't know if we bought the full ticket, but I think we had to come up with something like $200 or $300, which at 16,
Yeah.
17 wasn't that easy.
Yeah,
I did,
yeah.
but luckily for me, I was in a construction business with my dad, and money was no problem. So I was
Right.
making $800-900 a week doing framing
Right.
back then. So I was able to come up with the money, but well, I also had to get my grades up, and I had to get my attendance up, and all that stuff because they were only taking you if you had perfect attendance and straight A's. And also, what was the other thing? Oh, they also were like, oh, if we raise this much money, we'll go to Yellowstone. But if we raise this much money, we'll go to Bar Harbor, Maine, to Acadia National Park. Well, I guess the trip to Wyoming was way more than the trip to Maine, and we ended up going to Maine.
Okay.
It's still, to this day, the only national park that I've ever visited.
That's
See, we have
yeah,
a thing.
that's something that's on our bucket list here. But the way the country's flowing, and I know guys traveling all the time, no big deal. You just got to keep your peripheral out. But that's something me and my wife have always wanted to do, is do a little traveling and go out through the Badlands and make a sweep to the Grand Canyon, maybe Crater Lake, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. When I was growing up, the late 80s, into the 90s, we did family vacations like that. We went to Yellowstone and Badlands, Smoky Mountains,
You bet.
Bar Harbor, like all over the country with just a little pop-up camper, in the minivan. My dad would drive. We did the Grand Teton National Park.
I remember 2 of the kids I went with were hippies, and they were trying to score pot the whole time.
Oh yeah.
They were like, man, I couldn't travel with it. You got any? They're just
Right.
pulling up the locals going, you got any weed?
They probably found some too.
I think they probably did.
That's where I bought all my hippie crap. There were tons of hippie stores, lots of hippies in Bar Harbor, at least back then.
Yeah, if you were in the class I was in, you were either kind of like an outdoorsman like me, or you were a hippie.
Right. Yeah, basically. I mean,
But the hippies, they held their own with the chainsaws, and we got along fine with them. Like they were just like a whole class of good old boys and hippies.
I remember one time a bunch of us, there was two vehicles full of us. So there was probably 7 or 8 of us headed up into Canada, and we were going to take the train out of Wawa and go up into one of them remote lakes and walleye fish for a week. So we stopped at Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, pulled into that last rest area and settling things around because, we're going to go through customs here in a minute, made sure everything was in order. And I looked at the other vehicle. I said, you guys aren't toting any weed, are you? And they kind of give me the look, and I go, dude, we're going in a different country, man. I mean, they said, what, you guys ain't got any? I said, if I can't go a week without smoking weed, I said, you're going in a different country, dude. So they looked at each other. This is no bullshit. 2 of them in that car had an ounce apiece. They duct taped it to the seat on the picnic table. Well, we went up there. We got up in there. We went into this local town. The guy that had the resort let us, he had an old Jeep. we bounced into town to get some refreshments, and them guys went in the bar and started asking. Well, this guy, he's like, "Hey man, we want some smoke." And of course, they shunned them the first time. No, we don't. There ain't nobody around here does that. Well, the second time they went into town, they bumped into the same guy, and they're like, "Hey man, come on, we're up here at the resort fishing, and we want some weed." So that guy sold them a bag of weed. They had a little bit, but we came back through customs a week later, pulled into that rest area, and that weed was still taped to the seat of that frickin' picnic table. I couldn't believe it.
I kind of felt bad. We had a really cool senior shop teacher. He was in charge of the environmental class, and he was the one driving us around when we went to Maine. And he was like the only adult on that trip.
Okay.
And he was in charge of like 6 or 7 unruly 16, 17, 18-year-old teenagers that were either trying to get drunk or score pot.
Right.
And I remember when we first landed in Bar Harbor, we were trying to find some park. I think it was called Bubble Rock or something. And he went up to one of the locals, and there was this old guy with suspenders down there. None of us had ever been to Maine. We rolled up to the guy, like, "How do you get here?" And he's like, "I gotta go down to the harbor there. And it had one of those accents. And after the guy walked away, he's like, my senior teacher was like, "We're going to go ask somebody else for directions, because I didn't catch any of that shit."
Yeah, he was a true maniac.
Yeah, he was just like, "Gotta go down to the harbor down there by the harbor."
Yeah. Like the old guy there, the guy that was on Adam Sandler Waterboy, when he's standing in front of his original house, and he's rattling. He couldn't understand where he's at.
Yeah. One of the hippie dudes was also a trapper.
Okay.
Believe it or not, he was like a hippie dip. He liked his weed, but he loved trapping. And I don't know why I remember it, but when we went to a store to get some supplies, he was walking around stoned with a giant bag of cat food. And our teacher's like, "Why are you holding a bag of cat food?" He's like, "My cats are hungry. They miss me."
Really?
So stoned. He was trying to buy his cats food while he was in a different state.
Oh my God.
He's like, "Oh yeah, my cats aren't here."
You're gonna carry that all the way back to home?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I think, or it could have been for trapping related reasons too. I forget. It could have been he trapped with cat food, which probably was more the answer, knowing him.
And it was probably cheaper than where he was used to buying it.
Yeah, he was big time. I think he still does it. He always talked about raccoons, how to trap them, how to catch them, what kind of traps to use, all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. I've done my fair share of that. I was never really that good at fox trapping, because man, are they smart, dude. But coon, rats, mink, we used to. In fact, one time, me and one of my buddies, we put every dime back into buying traps right from the fur buyer, and we had like 300 110 conibears, and I mean footholds, and we had so many traps, and we had so many that we'd trap private county drains. And them orange flags like you see Miss Dig use,
Mm-hmm.
we had a big pile of them. So we would stick one of them iron, that little wire into the ground, because we'd trap, and the third day we'd pull every trap. So we'd go in there in high percentage, and then the third day we'd go in and pull them. And so we marked every trap. We just had a tube that we'd stick all them flags in. Well, we went down and checked this river out, and it was a dead end road. And I went to one of them old iron bridges, and it was all public land. So we walked up and down the river first and scoped it out. Nobody around, nothing around. Well, when we left that day, two kids were on a bicycle, teenagers. And we came back the next day, and I'll be damned, dude, every one of our traps was gone.
Jeez.
I mean, and then I went and confronted them, and then their old man come out, and he got to be a real dick and pulled a gun and said, "You accusing my boys of stealing?" And I'm thinking, dude, there is nobody on this dirt road but your 2 teenage kids.
Mm-hmm.
And years went by. I run into that guy like 15 years later, and I'm looking at him. I'm like, man, I know that guy. So I asked my buddy, because I was at my buddy's house. I'm like, hey, who is? He don't live out there on the Looking Glass. Well, yeah, he's into construction. So I waited, got to know him a little bit, and then I confronted him. I said, listen, motherfucker, your boy stole fucking every one of our traps we had set. Now, and a couple of them did have fur in them. I could see a coon set where, because we used to nail them on a thing and bend the nail over so that I knew they weren't getting away. And
Man,
they just
See,
fell in the river and drowned. Well, the whole trap was gone. Well, no coon pulled that off that log, you know.
no, I've set a couple DPs a few different days, but the only trap I've ever had stolen was a minnow trap, believe it or not.
Oh
And
my
it was
God.
it was in such a out of the way spot that I couldn't believe somebody stole it because they had to be out on a boat. It was at a real out of the way. I did my best to conceal it. The only thing you could see of it was I had tied it off to a log, maybe 3 inches above water level. With I even used brown cord trying to disguise it, and they still found it.
I'll be damned.
And I was like, I know it's only a $20 minnow trap, but that pissed me off.
Well, yeah, it's the principle of it more than anything. I mean, like, people like, you're not coming back. Bullshit. I've had them where they actually took my minnows out because the wire ones with the funnels
Yep.
on the end.
Yep.
And see here, you have to have it tagged on the trap and on the line, just like a regular trap. So if the DNR comes, it's legal to use them in that same body of water. But I actually had them come and they'd follow me and realize, okay, he's getting minnows, no biggie. Well, they'd go there and empty my minnow trap so they could go fishing.
Huh.
I'm like, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks,
They
Dick.
didn't steal my trap, but they took my minnows.
Jeez. Well, down in North Carolina, man, they're even worse because where they down in the Carolinas in general or the Eastern Seaboard, they put out crab traps everywhere.
Okay.
And man, that is just a different can of worms. It's just people stealing people's traps all the time, trying to bully each other out of certain areas. It's just a whole thing.
Yep.
I never got involved in it, but I seen a little bit of it when I was there. And man, them guys are hard on each other down there. They'll go as far as to cut the line, cut the buoy off the trap just to say you can't find it just because they're pissed off at Jim Bob for some reason.
Yeah, that's, there's a lot of areas in the Appalachians and stuff. They say when you're walking the Appalachian Trail, don't go wandering off into the wilderness because you get down in some of them hollers, you might run into some locals that don't take real kindly to you being there.
Nope.
Brothers told me about that.
Down where I was at growing up shooting deer down in southern Ohio, man, they had stills and stuff, and some of them grew marijuana too, and you just kind of knew to stay away from those people because they would defend that with their life.
Yeah, I remember doing that too, floating river fishing smallmouth, and we had a flat bottom boat, and we're floating, and this guy come up down the hill in his yard, and because there wasn't many houses, and we had a vehicle parked at the next bridge, which was about 6 or 7 miles away. And there was times that the water was so shallow, we'd get out and walk because it was warm, and we just dragged the boat through the gravel, chutes, and then we get back in, and we just using a 3-hook night crawler, fake night crawler, and we were catching smallies. Well, this guy come down there, and man, he just throwing a fit, and we're looking at him like, what the hell, dude? We're just catching and releasing bass, and this is private property. I'm like, we're in the water. We ain't got our boots on the ground. No worries. Well, we took off. Well, about 2 weeks later, me and the same guy went down through there, and this woman come out. Apparently, he was at work, and she started screaming at us, and I'm like, what in the hell is going on here? And so we're like, listen, ma'am, call the sheriff, whatever. We ain't doing nothing. We ain't bothering nobody. And well, she must have called him because he came before we got out of sight. And all of a sudden, I'm like, do you smell weed? My buddy's like, it does smell like some bud. Well, he had freaking grow going down in there, and he was just making damn sure us punk kids didn't come back and rip him off. But I'm like, yeah, you could get your ass in a world of hurt in there.
Absolutely. Well, I think Josh ended his live.
You taking me to the Texas Roadhouse tomorrow, Matt?
Yep.
Yeah, Texas Roadhouse is on your agenda.
Heck yeah, I just
You're the same time as me, aren't you?
yeah.
East Coast time.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking happy birthday, Jess, but not for about 32 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And technically I wasn't born till like 8:30 in the morning or something like that.
Well, the day's the
That
day.
day is the day.
Yeah, that's the way I
But,
see
you
it.
know, what's 43 though? Like, it's not one of those birthdays where it's a big, you know, like my oldest brother, he's going to be 50 next month. That's a big one. 40
Right.
is a big one.
Yep.
This is nothing.
Man, I wish to see 50 again.
Oh man, I'm not looking forward to that. My brother's struggling. It's looming. He doesn't like it.
Well, shit, I was still really active at 50 compared to now. I'll tell you, since I fell down and tore this rotator cuff and then slipped on that trailer and boogered my back, I'm telling you, you don't come back like I used to when I was younger at all.
No, I know it messed up. I don't even know what I did to my knee, but it like popped backwards. If
Oh
that's
boy. Yeah.
it's never been right since. And
No.
cold or anything, it hurts. I used to run and I struggle running now. Bad. You know, any little injury, I used to bounce back, but no, not anymore.
Well, there's even times right now, if I roll over and I lay on my left shoulder in the fetal position at night, I'll wake up and man, that shoulder's just irritated, something fierce, you know.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm a
Oh,
side
like,
sleeper.
really, dude, I haven't had no pain in that shoulder, but you know, even like pulling the pull cord on the snowmobile or something. No, that's just if it don't have the decompression switch, I'm not doing it. I either gotta turn the key and hit the start button electric or start it, or I'm not doing it no more. Them days are over.
Fall apart 50, Cheryl says.
Well, I'm not there yet, but yeah, I know. Cheryl, my brother, though, I will say this. He is extremely active. He's a marathon runner. You know, he works out. He's fit. He doesn't look 50. You'd look at him, you would.
Yeah, they like to go camping in the woods of the, what is that, Manistee Forest?
Yeah.
And
Oh,
build
Winter shelters.
winter shelters out of snow. That's the first time that was like my entrance.
First and last time.
That was the first and last time I went camping with them. We went into the middle of the Manistee Forest and built snow shelters and lived in them for a weekend.
Wow.
Dude, I thought, man, these guys do this shit for fun.
Yep.
Backpacked the Appalachian Trail too.
And I was in pretty good shape back then, and I was humping miles and miles with a pack right before I went and did that with them, and it was just different in the deep snow. Having to wear snowshoes and all that shit, that was a different experience.
You bet. Digging your wood out and making a makeshift. Yep.
Mhm.
Family are outdoorsy, like they're not hunters, but they're hikers. And Dad, his retirement was section hiking the Appalachian Trail until his Alzheimer's got too bad. And my brothers would join him for like a week, you know, take a week off work, join him for part of it, and they're going to take my dad's ashes actually out there this summer.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because that's, you know, where else are you gonna? My mom's like, what? I can have him in an urn on the fireplace, or you know, they can bring him out where he loved being.
Yep.
So
Leave them along the trail.
yeah, so that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna go hike for a couple weeks out there and go to Dad's favorite spot.
That's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but that's
my
my brothers. I mean, they and Dad. They love doing that crap.
My mom was in the woods north of West Branch, where she grew up.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like I said, what are you gonna do? You just keep ashes sitting in your house. What's gonna happen?
Yeah, I know. People make necklaces and different things, and I'm like, really? So part of me will probably get dumped on a mineral station somewhere, and the rest will get sprinkled to feed the minnows.
Quarry or something.
Yep. Feed the fish one last time.
Yeah, give them back a little after all the years.
Yeah. That's what I want too. I want to feed the fish one last time.
I told my wife they'll probably spit it out, but that's all right.
Yeah, that is too. That's exactly what Matt said. He's like, yeah, just dump me on the lake or quarry. Somewhere for the fish. But yeah, I get that, Again, it's like I couldn't have you just sitting in here in an urn.
No, I don't think, for me, again, that's, I believe when you're gone, but at the same
Right.
time, people that do, if that's what you want to do, I guess, to each their own. I don't have a problem with it. It's just not who I am.
No, it's not my thing. My friend, close friend, lost her husband. Oh gosh, probably going on almost 2 years now, and she still has the urn with his ashes sitting in her kitchen. Like,
Well, sure, and some people, it's just the way it is. But
well, he passed away young though. He wasn't even 50 yet. He had a sudden heart attack in the middle of the night.
yeah, I gotta agree, Cheryl. I think that's taking it to the extreme, but to each their own.
Yeah.
Tattoos. Oh, Cheryl, that's terrible. Wow. Blech. No thanks.
Oh, I remember seeing guys in the old day. I'm like, where'd you get that tattoo? And you look at it and they're like, oh, well, they use cigarette ashes and a needle in jail. Let some idiot poke on them.
Oh my gosh.
And it looks terrible. You're like, the hell are you thinking?
Oh, no thanks. That's crazy. Jailhouse. Ugh. I'm not a tattoo person. I have 1.5. And I'd have 2, but I never could get up the courage to have it finished. So, and that was when I was young. I was in my 20s. Now I have no desire.
Yeah, that's me. I never have had personally. I mean, I've seen some pretty cool ones, but I just never had that desire myself.
No.
And
No, I get
nowadays,
it, being rebellious,
yeah, I know. That's why I had long hair. My grandma, I loved my grandma dearly. And I mean, man, I'd walk into their cabin and she just wanted to take the old clippers because when I was in school, in grade school, my grandma would come down every year about 10 days before school started and we'd get this buzz cut,
Yeah.
Well, you're going to look like a gentleman. So when I got old enough, I just let it grow. And one time we went up there because we always went to her cabin for deer season, which is where my mom grew up, north of West Branch. So I had this big orange, winter hats for hunting, and my hair was always thin, so I stuffed it all up underneath there, packed it in there, walked in. Hey, Grandma, and turned and looked. She had this big old smile, and that's about time you look like a gentleman instead of some damned old hippie. And then I picked the hat up, all my hair fell down. But it's just funny. How, like you said,
my dad was the same way. He had hair down to his butt too when him and Mom were dating. And the first time he went over to pick my mom up, her mom looked out the window and yelled, "He's a hippie! You're dating a hippie?"
Yeah.
She was all, that was just, like you said, it was a thing. He was rebellious.
Well, it was funny because after we started dating, I just thought, you know what? It's time for a change because I had sisters that would trim my cut ends all the time, right? Or the split ends.
Yeah.
And so I stopped in the local barber shop and said, all right, give me a haircut. And so they cut my hair and I stepped out and I'm walking up the street. And no kidding, I run face to face into one of my neighbors. And she stopped and double took because as soon as my mom didn't make me cut my hair for school anymore, I didn't cut it. So I had long hair for 10 years,
Right.
But she was like, oh my God, Robert, man, that looks nice. Well, then I could go into houses and I wasn't a hippie no more. I'm like, I'm still the same person I always was.
Yeah, it was all in the hair. It's the hair that made you hippie.
All in the hair.
That's why there's a whole song about it.
Yeah, give me a head with hair. Long, beautiful hair.
Yep. Flowing. Long as I can grow it, my hair. Yep.
Mhm.
I don't
You ever
even
seen
know
the
that.
movie?
You probably done it. It's an oldie.
Yeah.
I just know the what is that? The America song, Sister Golden Hair lyrics.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one too. But
Not ready for the altar.
Right?
too late, Matt. Too late. It was a long time ago, many moons. Oh, Brutus, knock it off. He's mad because he's in his kennel because he's all wet, out in the snow.
Mm-hmm.
Tell you what, that dog does not mind the cold.
Nope. This dog is the polar opposite of our last dog. This dog loves snow, it loves rain, it loves water.
Mm-hmm.
Our other dog hated all three.
He just didn't like being wet.
Mm-mm. This dog does not cower in fear of a bath, whereas Blue did.
Our dog doesn't like the wind.
And I always thought, my God, this dog has webbed toes and he's afraid of the water.
Yeah,
Right.
he was half Lab, half German Shepherd.
We went down, the Flint River?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
We went down the Flint River with that dog.
Flint River.
What was it one?
No, we went camping at
What river was that?
I gotta think. Platte River.
Platte River, my bad.
Oh yeah, the flat, yeah.
We went down that river in our kayaks when we first got him, and Jess had the dog and he's a 90-pound dog, by the way, between her legs in a little tiny kayak, and everybody that kept going by was like, how do you keep that dog from jumping out? And Jess was like, he hates water.
It's true too.
He didn't even want his foot in there.
He does not. He would rather be in this boat than in that water.
I'd have to push his butt right out of there to get him out on shore.
Yeah, that dog didn't even want to get out when you hit shore.
Right, because he's afraid he'd fall in.
Yeah, if he got his paws wet, he was pissed
He had to
off.
step in like a tiny bit of water, and he wasn't having it.
That dog would completely break down and start shivering if I got the hose out to spray him off in the summertime with a bath.
Oh, he could
Right,
sense,
that's
like,
crazy.
even in the morning, he was going to get a bath.
Yeah, I mean, we always, like in the warmer months, we always bathed our dog outdoors. We always
Sure.
give him a hose bath.
Absolutely. The hose is warm from the sun on it, so it ain't like
Mhm.
it's nice cold well water.
But if you didn't tie that dog to a tree or something some indestructible object, he was going to get away.
Right.
He would pull off that collar. He would bang it out away. He would Houdini himself away from any tree or bar or anything you had him tied
I
to.
was
Yeah.
stupid enough to put him on one of our wrought iron patio chairs.
Yeah, he ran down the street with the patio chair to get away from the hose.
Clanking behind him, I'm running out.
Yeah. See ya.
I could not believe that. Oh, he hated water.
Mm-hmm.
He was a great dog.
He was a great dog, but he hated the water. Hated it.
I remember
I tried
was
many
down
times to acclimate him to the water, but even if we took him out to the lake and let him swim back, he just wouldn't
Well,
stay.
yeah, he'd come up to my mom's lake house. Everybody jumping.
You
up
know,
and
he
down.
might not mind walking around in a puddle or something, but
He would, if it was on his terms, he'd go up maybe to like where a dog's knee.
drink the water out of the lake, but that was about it. He did not get in it.
Deep in it.
Mhm.
Yeah. But yeah, my mom's dogs would be swimming and jumping off the dock, and Blue's like, nope.
Nope.
No,
Good.
for
Fuck
me.
that shit.
Meanwhile, our dog, he'll jump off the dock. I took him camping with the kids this summer, and they had a dog beach, and he was jumping in that water, loving every minute of it. He had a life vest, so he doesn't swim out too far and drown. I mean, and he's a dog; he can swim, but
Mhm.
when you got a big lake like that,
I think if you put him in the middle of your mom's lake, he'd still come back to shore just fine.
Sure he would.
I'm sure he could, but I don't want him.
He could doggy paddle that distance.
Well,
That's only a couple hundred yards.
Oh, you know what I mean? You can't just put them in a marathon day one, but
Right.
Well, and having the life vest, it has like handles on it too, so you can grab them and put them up on the dock.
that's not a bad idea.
No, it's better than
Oh, we
trying
had
to
a
grab
shepherd
a
a
wet,
long time
slippery
ago,
dog.
and that shepherd was a ball frisbee freak, man. You could throw your arm out of socket. You literally have to put it up. Even on a hot day, he didn't care. He'd be panting, tongue hanging almost to the ground. He'd go get a drink, and man, he'd bring that ball back. And we're like, really, dude? Go lay down in the shade. It's too hot for this shit. Well, we'd go to the lake, and like you said, we'd float a frisbee right down the dock. And it got to the point where I'm like, dude, this dog's doing tricks, grabbing that in the air and shit just naturally. It just came to him. I never taught him nothing, but
Oh, they're athletic dogs. Brutus is the same way. He can
yeah,
catch
he
grab
loved the frisbee.
midair. Blue was like that too. Matt's dad trained Blue to retrieve his golf balls.
Yep. He just hit golf balls all day and have the dog bring them back to him.
Okay.
It was
He's
hilarious.
like, yeah, I don't have to go
The
get
dog
any.
got all excited.
He's like, yeah, I don't. It's like I don't have to go get any balls I hit. The dog just goes and gets them for me.
He'd sit right next to him.
It's a
watch the
win-win
ball, go get
situation.
it, bring it back.
Absolutely.
And he drive the ball 100 yards, and the dog goes and gets it for him, and then he drives the ball 100 yards.
Yeah, runs
Yeah,
out and grabs it
he
again.
loved that dog, probably for that reason.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was a moment when we buried Blue, and Dad threw the tennis balls in with him when we were burying him. I just thought that was a hell of a moment.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, he'll have something to play with now.
His dad's not an emotional.
Yeah, his
man,
dad's not an emotional guy, but when we buried, and it was my dog,
but
Right.
it was,
but we had spent part of the time living with him, and my dad got attached to it.
yeah,
Yep.
we lived on that.
And he told me, he's like, this is what, when we buried him, he told me, he's like, this is why I don't get dogs right here.
Yeah.
He's like,
Yeah.
I just can't stand this part anymore.
Yeah, I know. Trust me. I felt your pain because I've been through some really good dogs in my life. In fact, I think a year ago or so, we had to put our big horse down, and holy crap, dude.
Yeah, the emotions get you. You wouldn't think an animal. Yeah, you wouldn't think an animal would make you break down, and they do.
And we're still grieving Blue, and it's been.
Yeah, we still miss this dog. God.
He was, I mean, hands down.
Part of
We
the
love Blue to death, but I mean, Blue was
different. Blue was my first dog as an adult.
Well, it's not even that. He was just everyone. He was just so nice.
Yeah, I got Blue when I was 22 years old, and we had him for 15 years.
Yeah, you got out of the meat war and you're like, I want a dog.
Like, I want a dog of my own, not my parents' dog. I want my own dog.
It was $75. That's a long time ago.
I know. We paid $500 for a Dane.
Dang.
But this was the deal too. My wife went to the kennel, and of course we checked them all over to make sure everything was legit. Talked to other people that had gotten dogs from them. So my wife kept in contact, and the day that these dogs were weaned, my wife went down there and was able to spend the whole day in and out. She'd go in, sit down with, and the mom wasn't aggressive. They're gentle giants. So she played around. Well, we knew we wanted a female. So she messed around. Well, this one pup kept coming and interacting with her. So that's the one she picked. And that dog lived to be 9 and got a brain aneurysm. But what a wonderful freaking dog, man. This dog was awesome dog for only living 9 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, we look back and I got video. My kids had a stupid dash hound. And they brought that stupid pup down here. And our Dane was just a pup, but her head was bigger, and they were the best of buddies. You'd laugh your ass off. Here's this wiener dog and this Great Dane, and they were the best of
Yeah, our dog was also the family mascot, because me and Jess, when we lived with my dad, when he was living in California, and we pretty much were just housekeepers back then. That was the family home. That was the family home that my dad and his one brother and 3 sisters grew up in, grandfather, grandmother.
All the parties, everything happened.
So every time, like when people would come over, they'd let their hair down. That's where they grew up. Like everybody was real comfortable in that house. Obviously, they grew up in it.
Yeah, they pretty much just
And when we were living there for that short time, we had our dog, and he was the mascot. Like everybody's like, "Oh, it's Blue." He was the only dog there. And for a couple of years, and we would always, even when we moved out, we would bring him back to the house for the parties, and we would always bring him. And he was just like a mascot, like everybody. He wasn't leashed. There was no fence. He'd just lay around. He would just lay on the porch. Everybody petted him. Everybody knew him.
Yeah,
He was a mascot.
When he died, Matt's grandma said, "We lost the family dog."
Yeah, we lost a family member.
absolutely. I agree.
The whole family, even our neighborhood, our
Mhm.
neighbors were crying. Like he was just that good of a dog, man. And he would, like you were saying with the dachshund and the Dane, Blue with our cat, he would roll around with his mouth open. The cat would stick his head in the dog's mouth and go, "Arr," pretend he was being killed, and Blue would just have his mouth open, making noise. And they were just playing.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't hurt the cats, didn't chase the cats. This one tries to play with the cats, but he chases
Oh,
them.
yeah.
We're afraid this one will play a cat to death,
Right.
Right.
without a doubt.
He's
Whole
just
different
too,
mentality of it, right?
Blue, it was never a thought in our mind.
No,
Blue had free roam of the house. We would let him outside and not even look out the window. Like he
we
was
didn't
like,
have a fence either.
we didn't have a fence. We were just like, he's fine. That's Blue. He's good.
Yeah.
He didn't go anywhere. He
Right.
knew the boundary.
He would not go anywhere. And it wasn't until he hit senility
Yeah.
as an older dog at the point where he was peeing and pooping in the house after 15 years of not doing that.
Right.
And that's when he started to wander. But he, I don't know if dogs get Alzheimer's, but he definitely had something going on with him.
Oh, sure. I believe they do. And they get cataracts and their vision.
He had that for sure.
Oh, yeah.
We weren't sure how good his vision was at the end, but
Well, that's the way this dog I got right now is so hilarious because when he was younger and we first got him, the big game was is if somebody knocked on the door, man, he'd be in there in the living room and he'd just come unglued. And he's not aggressive, but he'd let you know. So I'd get up and I'd walk out in the other room. Well, I'd crouch down behind the island in the kitchen and I'd tap on it like it was a knock. And he'd jump up and he'd come burning around the kitchen. And I'd jump out from behind that island and just scare the shit out of him. And we'd laugh. Well, he always glove mouthed you. He never put any pressure, but you
Yep.
stick your hand up there and he just glove it. Well, my
Yep.
grandson's sitting here the other day, and so he rubs him and he's like, oh, and so he roughs him up a little, and this dog still to this day, he'll grab your wrist with zero pressure.
right.
God, to hear him, if you were in the other room, you'd think he's just tearing somebody up.
Right.
That's how Brutus is. Same
Yeah.
exact way.
And Blue was even lighter. Like he would just, like you said, glove your hand.
Yeah,
That's a good term.
he won't. Yeah, it's funny.
Blue scratched me with his claws a couple times, but I don't think he's ever bit me and drew blood.
But Brutus
No,
is
that's
No.
in a sense, the toenail
Right.
gun. He's putting a foot at you, but yeah.
And I was doing everything in my power through that dog's lifespan to get it to bite me. I was roughhousing with him and
Oh, yeah.
doing all the things you do with your dog. Where if
Oh,
they
right.
bit you, you're like, yeah, I feel to blame if he bit me because I was doing stupid shit with him, trying to get him to bite me.
he never.
And he still wouldn't.
No.
I'd roll on that ground with that dog, pick him up, run him around. That dog still wouldn't draw blood.
Hide under blankets.
Hide under blankets, growl at him, grab him put him in a freaking headlock, everything you could think of.
Right, pull out his jowls. Yeah,
But
yeah.
girls used to put like Mardi Gras beads and sunglasses on them.
Yeah, he was so stupid. He'd walk around with his sunglasses still on.
I come
Yeah,
walking
like,
in the room
really?
wearing them, and he just gives me kind of a look like, "Please, Mom."
Please take the sunglasses off me.
Yeah, exactly. He look at you like, really?
Yeah. But he never once. He laid there. I've got one of my favorite pictures. Our daughter, when she was little, maybe like 5, fell asleep with her head on his chest out back, and he didn't move. He laid there the whole time till she got up. He
Yeah,
lived.
the last 3 or 4 years, we just called him the rug.
Well, he was.
He was the rug.
He lived to be 15 years old.
Yeah, he was a rug.
Oh, my word.
After 10 years old, a dog becomes kind of a rug.
Well, when you're
Yeah,
large,
that's a fact.
A large breed dog becomes a rug that you feed sometimes.
That's this dog now. If you're in the hallway, well, what's he do? He gets in front of you and he's walking slow because he's really not sure what you're up to, but he's thinking about what you're up to. Then the dumbass will turn sideways, stand there, and I'm like, really, dude? Like you're blocking the hallway. Could you
Yeah.
just move along?
yeah, this one does that. He is just constantly, because he follows me everywhere I go. I can't even go to the bathroom without the dog wanting to be in there.
That's the way our bathroom is with my wife. She goes in the bathroom. Dog sits outside the door. You hear this little, I'm like, shut up.
Yeah, I can't put away laundry. I can't go to the bathroom. I can't anything. I should have named him Shadow.
Yeah.
I turn around.
Shadow would be a good name for this dog.
Yeah.
Whereas Blue was kind of free
Yeah, Blue didn't.
will, kind of like, yeah, okay, I'll come to you whenever you call me, but
He liked to be.
I'm not going to
outside.
shadow you everywhere you go. Yeah.
But he
I
didn't.
know where you ain't too far, right?
But this one, yeah, he's got to be just.
We never even thought about a fence with Blue. Like he just would not leave the yard.
No.
He
This
knew the
one
boundary line.
Knows the boundaries, but I know he would run past him if he saw something he wanted.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Blue wouldn't.
Blue
Not
just
even. There could be a cat, a squirrel, anything.
nope.
He would freeze right at the boundary line.
Yep.
He was just kind of.
And he didn't even bark that much.
Right.
Like he only barked when he had to. Like that, I called him a barkless dog. Like he would bark when he had to.
Yeah, he would.
That's
So he was a quiet dog that didn't leave the yard, didn't require that much attention, didn't require that much effort to own. And we
Like
just
other dogs, like cats.
we got so used to that idea, like, oh well, we had the easiest dog we've ever had in the history of the world.
This dog was easy.
And he was the first one we ever had, living out on our own and stuff. And we kind of
got spoiled.
early.
You bet. Absolutely.
I learned a lot from him, though. Training Brutus.
Yeah.
Like I knew what to do, and
Sure.
he's not Blue, but
No, and then Blue, and let me get this straight. He was a terrible puppy.
oh my god, he was a nice.
Blue was a shit
He was an
puppy,
asshole for the first year of
asshole
his life.
puppy
Right.
too. But once he hit one, he was great.
Yeah.
But up until that, he chewed a chair, he chewed a air compressor hose, he chewed the side of the walls. We had to muzzle this dog when we weren't in sight of him
Right.
because we were afraid he'd eat the drywall in the house. But after we got over that first year, he was just 14 years of just straight, easy, good dog.
That's awesome, man. Well, guys, I guess. Oh, well, I guess. It's almost midnight.
Yeah, it's fine. Whenever you're ready to go, I'll end it.
Yep, I'm ready. So, well, have a good day tomorrow, Jess.
I'll make sure she's spoiled.
I'm sure you will. That's one day a year. You got to do it.
Yeah. One day a year, I gotta just treat her like a princess.
Right, Oli. Yep, you'll win.
Well,
in the end,
Even though
too.
on my birthday, I work a 16-hour day and come home and eat hot dogs and macaroni, but whatever.
Right, have this little Debbie's cake sitting there waiting.
Yeah, like a little Debbie cake with a candle.
Right. All right, Matt. It's good talking with you, bud.
I'll see you.
All right. Have a good night.
All right, everybody in chat, we're going to end it. We'll see you later. Thanks for coming in, all that good stuff. Bye.